Alrighty, back at this again. Sorry for earlier. I think I accidentally killed my stream. Was probably talking to myself for a good 20-30 minutes before I realized that I wasn't streaming anymore. But then I kind of did some other stuff, so now I'm going to try to tackle the rest of this before I call it a day. Don't think we're going to focus on the roundabout stuff, but we may hop to that later. My goal is to try to finish up Spaceman here in the Backrooms. But yeah, gotta make sure I don't hit that X. Switch that over. Okay, we are trying another phone cord. I'm so close to figuring this out. But I think I want to do this like I did last time. Snap, cursor to selected. This is going to be, I'm thinking this is the end point, start point, and then the end point, so that way when the phone drops, hopefully the physics work, but I don't know if it matters, but I haven't been able to get it work, so we'll see. Put that, and then select this. Cursor to selected, endpoint, and then it said when I create the curve it gets rid of the nulls. So I think here I need to connect them together. I don't need to worry about the base so much, but this one, oops. Cursor to selected. Okay, phone cord end empty. We're going to parent that to my empty because that's stuck to the phone. Stick to the phone. But I think what's going to happen is it's going to throw my null off. But then I snap selection to cursor. And then hit create curve and hope that that does it. But maybe let's hook up the bottom just to keep it consistent. Snap cursor to selected. Hey National, good to see you, buddy. Hopefully things are going well. Not sure if you saw my earlier stream, but apologies for the alert. I'm not sure if you're getting like emails. I should try to be more mindful of that. Start, we're going to parent to my base. Snap selection to cursor. Save it. And create curve. Fingers crossed. Okay, yeah, I gotta look into that. Oh no, it didn't work. Oh, I thought that was going to work. Why did I think that was going to work? Why did I think that was going to work? It's over. What's it doing over there? Interesting. Cursor to selected. This one is not going too hot. Man, I thought that was going to work. Well, we got the phone cord. I probably shouldn't have deleted it. I should have probably played it with a little bit more. Alright, well, try it again. Set endpoint. Snap cursor to selected. Start point. Start point to our base. Snap selection to cursor. Snap cursor to selected. Our endpoint parented to our phone receiver. Snap selection to cursor. Okay. Then we create this, so the 3D cursor was thrown back there for whatever reason, so I'm hoping this fixes it. No, it still throws the cursor back there. Damn, I shouldn't have deleted that. Oh, we're so close. If I can just get this cord working on the phone receiver, then I can... I'm going to hit export and we're going to call it... Oh, actually, never mind. One more thing. Maybe I'll transition to that quick. Because I've been throwing some time at this phone receiver and I need help. I need somebody more experienced than me. Teach me, teacher, teach me. But I wanted to play with the oil man, see if we can get him in there. Where are you at with your projects? How's it going on your end? My phone cord. I'm trying to have my spaceman picks up a phone, and I'm trying to have the phone cord like string and stretch based on the distance between the two endpoints. Here, I'll show you what I'm using. Yeah, I'm using these, but there's one of these that are specific. So something like this, but without the break. It's going to break at some point. But imagine this being the phone handle receiver, and this being the base of the phone. So as it's being picked up, the cord's being stretched, minus the breaking. No, I don't want any of that. But it should be simple, right? He's got a planar access, and then just having one object move. I'm assuming it's keyframed. Maybe he's moving it. Yeah, maybe he's moving it. So maybe it can't be keyframed. Maybe it can't be keyframe. Maybe he tricked me. Because I just realized he's got his cursor there for his mouse. So maybe, yeah. Maybe I got tricked into buying this. I was hoping there's an example for like a door opening or something. But all the stuff he's attached to is stationary. But yeah, my phone cord. My previous project that I was doing in the last couple streams. Where I'm at with that one is I sent it to the client for approval. But I need to probably fix it because it's still pretty rough. That part's fine. It's when I cut to the next scene. So like the back here, it's just like nothing like, ooh, wow, it's not flashy. And then there's kind of mistakes over on this side still. So not huge mistakes, but because of the parallaxing of the trees, it's making it look like a mistake. But yeah, there's still parallax because you can see it fly over the house. And it probably shouldn't be doing that. But yeah, this is where I'm at. I got a text message saying, oh yeah, sounds good and everything looks good, but I don't know if he actually looked at the export yet. Because I also sent him some pictures. Oh, I should show you this. This is pretty cool. Cool. Yeah, I just wish it was a little more jazzed up. So maybe I'm picking at it too much. That's why I think I might just leave it. Like, I might not actually work on it this weekend. Because as much as I want to keep working on it, I haven't got paid yet. I don't know if I'm going to get paid. So I want to like do the bare minimum, but not like half-ass it, if that makes sense, or cut corners. But I was playing with some new transitions, and they are looking pretty epic. Give me a second here to get myself grounded. Yeah, so like this. Sorry. It's just going to take a bit to render out. I got to fix this line. I'm not sure what's going on with that. But now I have kind of like this draw-on effect going on. So if we want to do like a blueprint type of reveal. Yeah, it's should be $50 an hour, hopefully, for that one, for this project. So hence, I don't want to do the work now. I should probably get confirmation and then start the timer and then start billing out for that. Because essentially I'm still learning, right? So that's what I told my buddy. I was like, hey, maybe it'd be like 20 to 40 hours for the last 3 weeks that for the last 3 weeks that I've been working. I'm going to charge 20 to 40 hours. But technically I've been learning and training. So half cost, right? $25 per hour or $20 per hour for the last 3 weeks. But once I get the green thumb, then it's like, okay, now let's start dropping the stuff in and let's start actually billing like a taxi driver, start the timer, start billing. And maybe redo things at that point, but I'll be much more efficient, right? So, but I don't think I need to redo. I think I'm in a good spot to just kind of tweak until it looks good. But yeah, the effect, this is where I'm getting really giddy. Let's try, but there's like so many different effects I can do, and this is just one plugin. This one was wicked. Like the mosaic, like fill in, like its squares are changing size and stuff, and they're actually filling in the graphics that I created for the map or the road. And then one more. There's a bunch, but this other one was kind of cool. Implode. So I have the center point on my island. So as it's being built, we got kind of like this Star Wars or like, I don't know, dots kind of dropping in and building it. Kind of creates more of a wave, spectral wave. Oh, and the other thing I did was I removed some of the people in the scene. I had a person walking down here, and then we had a person on a scooter. I just didn't like it like animating over top of them. So then I went and created these rotoscopes so that they're actually removed from the scene. So a few different things that we can really jazz it up and make this thing really cool. Maybe these effects don't work, but it's just kind of one plugin that I was playing with, and I can do other things obviously with it. So, but then yeah, just when we cut into this scene, I want to maybe take a look at fixing this side. I forgot to put grass. Sidewalk needs to be extended. Sidewalk needs to be extended. Road needs to be extended. And then I'm thinking maybe like some trees, like maybe, no, that one's getting axed. Trees back here since they're getting cut off. Maybe build a ground and then put trees back on top. Yeah, it would just be tree work. And then possibly, technically this road. Oops, sorry. I'm trying to do Blender shortcuts right now. Technically the road veers off like an L, J. So I should probably do that. But last night was just get her done, get exported. I got it in at 4:59. I told them 5 latest. So I just squeezed in a minute before with upload, export, upload, and email. Cool, no worries. See you in a bit. But yeah, I want to wrap this up so that way I can just focus on that other project, because this is still taking up brain power even though I'm not working on it. I just want it done. I have a bigger vision for it, but we can always make it a part 3. So I have a couple people in chat. If you guys know anything about rigging up phone cords, simulation for phone cords, let me know, because I am kind of stuck here. Yeah, I should have probably finished what I was doing there before I bounced over. Do that again. Huh? Oh yeah, I forget. I always gotta like draw the box and then I can do it. Cursor to selected. Oh, and then I gotta rig them again. Oops. Snap cursor to selected. Ah. So frustrated. Should have just finished it. I did try to do a manual curve connection thing, but that's not going too hot. There's no simulation to it, so I'm really trying to flex this add-on I bought. Takes a bit to load. It's 2 or 3 gigabytes. Hurry up, we got work to do and we're in the zone. If you guys see me bopping, I got some music going on and it's hard not to stand still. Okay, come on now. Come on now. Let's do this now. Should create both of them first. Snap cursor to selected. Okay, now we do this to the, or no, do this first since we're up there. Parent to receiver. Snap selection to cursor. Snap cursor to selected. Connect to phone base. Snap selection to cursor. Create curve. Okay, I'm just gonna let the simulation run and see what happens. Crap. We have a parent in the empty, so wherever the empties move should move the chord. Oh, why can't this be easy? Yeah, I don't think it's gonna work. My thinking is maybe as he gets closer, maybe it'll appear because of the cut, maybe the cut distance. Like my null, like if we can just get them to connect, we're done. But it's not happening, not happening. My other thought was snap cursor to selected, go back to this, and snap selection to cursor. Sammy frustrated. We eliminate the hassle by automating most of the process using simulation nodes, letting you focus on the creative aspects of your project. You're literally holding me up. Workflow, one cable. So then they talk about cables between two objects. To create cables between two objects, the process is quite straightforward. First, select the first object and then click Set First Object. Like, oh, here we go. Okay, maybe we can use this. And then we just connect the ends. Okay, come on, please work. Come on. Please work. 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 What do we need to do? What do we need to do? We need to... Oh, I've done this before. I'm thinking, do we add nulls to the end of this and then connect the nulls together? Or can we skip that and just do these directly? But we might not be able to do these because we only get those in edit mode. So that's why we have to create a empty. Manual cable. How to connect a curve ends to empties to parent to moving objects Blender. Sorry, I'm in my head a little bit. Well, if you have any suggestions on how we get a phone cord from this end to this base, I'm all ears. Manually through Blender. Right now I'm using this add-on because it has the cord and supposedly physics all built into it, but I need to be able to connect. I'm just starting this process, so I'm thinking I might be able to get it now that I have generated this. But my problem before was getting it to stick, to the two while it's moving around. Yeah, that's why I'm not sure you'll be able to help me here, but if you can let me know or have ideas to do it manually, let me know. I think, I just need to figure out how I can access these vertices, put empties on the end of these vertices, so that way when I'm in object mode, if I move the vertices, then this curve will automatically adjust where the two curves, or where the two empties are. Sorry, I'm definitely tripping over things trying to explain. But that looks like a Bezier curve to me. Sorry, I'm all over the place. But there should be a way how to make vertices child to empties objects. I want to build a plane for those. Plane as Okay, that's why I've done it before. I've done this before. Select the empty. Okay, I'm gonna hide some things because we are getting a little overwhelmed. Need that. See, that's how I got it before. But I can't. Well, it's working now. Why is it working now? Oh, it's working. Ah, it's not working. Oh man, sometimes I just get like the Joker laugh because it's just like, what's the point? It might be hard to see in color mode because of my scene. Oh, actually, no, there we go. Ugh, did you see it populated for a second, right? I'm gonna hide this other one. Oh, it's working. Kinda. Oops, sorry. That's probably really loud. Apologies. Oh, it's like, it's working. Kinda. What I don't like about it is it's like, it goes like, the cord's only this long and then it stretches out to this massive thing. Oh, I'm so close. I'm so close. Sorry. Maybe it's not long enough. Yeah, well, we still have one more plan, so we're not done yet. But I want to flex this again because now it seems to be working somewhat. I am looking for distance between points. Distance between points. Distance min. In the setup tabs, like this is an old document because it's like, where's the density tab? Where's the distance minimum? Distance to objects. Distance between points. This socket controls the spacing between points along the curve. If the distance is too large, the curve may break apart under tension. Ideally, the points should be close enough to create a smooth, continuous curve. The example in the first screenshot shows an ideal configuration with points close enough to avoid gaps. If the distance is too large, the curve may break apart under tension. Ideally, points should be close enough to create a smooth, continuous curve. Point scale. The socket controls the size of the points. It impacts both the radius of the generated geometry and how they interact with physics simulations. The socket controls, actually, let's use ChatGPT to translate this for me. Okay, so it acts more like subdivide, so I understand it now. Reduce distance. What do we do, Jackie? What do we do? This might help. 893. Flag animation, that's where I don't know. I was trying to do that in my one project. Yeah, I don't have it on this computer. I wasn't able to get it, but you're going to want to do claw simulation, which I haven't explored yet very well. Claw simulation, brother. In 1 minute. It's actually 4 minutes. So create your plane, right click on it, and then subdivide. So that way you create 4 squares. You get a little box in the corner where you can change the number of cuts, or you can right click and hit subdivide again, and it should do the same thing. Looks like you rotate it up to the direction that you want it. Make sure it's flat with your floor, I guess. Go into edit mode so that way you get all your subdivisions that you're doing back up, and it looks like you're grabbing all these probably where your pull is going to go. He grabbed an extra one vertice, so he was just unselecting it. You're going to go to your vertex group, create a new vertex. You probably call it flag pull, yep, or flag points, I guess. And then assign, so that way you create a vertex, you name it, but you haven't technically assigned those points to it yet. So that's why while it's highlighted, then you now have all those points assigned to this one little tag or controller called a vertex group. Once that's done, this is probably where he's going to put the cloth simulation on. Yes, looks like it's pretty simple. It's just important that you make those a vertex group because they're going to be your anchor point, which the cloth will fall off from, I'm assuming. And then in there, you have all your cloth settings. Yeah, the other thing is you could just do it, follow along yourself. I was just kind of breaking it down. But if you check out Buddy here, type in that. But his last step here is once you create that cloth, there's a little thing in the shape where you just assign the pin group. And then I'm assuming once that happens, it should cloth. Oh, I guess you got to add the wind physics so that way it actually moves and does things. A couple extra steps. There you go. Once you get the wind in there, then you can start blowing that cloth. But let's save this one into the tutorial button. Seemed pretty straightforward. Blender Vitals, yes. Actually, yeah, you probably can't see it because of my window. Blender Vitals, yes. I didn't realize my video was blocking it. My apologies. Yeah, less than a minute, but it's going to take you more than a minute to do it, right? And especially that tutorial was like 2 times the speed. So I'm not sure if you noticed what I did there, but you can go into your quality controls on the YouTube and playback speed, and then you can slow it down. So that way you can follow along a little bit better. I tend to do that from time to time, or the other way, speed it up. Let's save this. What am I missing? Come on, we are so close. We are so close. How do we fix this? How do we fix this? all working. It's just yeah, sorry, that one was hard to follow along. I wasn't doing it, just was kind of breaking down the video a little bit. But let me know if you get stuck. I can go and tell me the timestamp in the YouTube video, and then I can kind of break down what he's doing if you don't see it. So that just rotates it. Oh, please just work. Bake it and see if that does anything. But I'm pretty sure this is probably where it's going to freeze. Hopefully it doesn't freeze my computer. Kind of what happened the other day. Not sure. I think you were there for that. I was screaming at it for Blender crashing, and then my computer just, completely shut off. It was weird. Okay, I'm going to give it a minute. I'm going to go do a victory lap. And when I come back, hopefully she's baked. BRB. she didn't bake. And now it's not working. After we baked it, perfect. Oh, okay, let's give up on this and go back to the other chord. Okay. So we need to go back to this. Should be pretty straightforward, hopefully. Select the empty, shift. Select the object that contains the vertices. Tab into edit mode. Phone receiver. Shift, click, tab. Select the vertex that you want to link the empty to. Select the vertex that you want to link the empty to. Go to vertex and control points menu. So we want to do this one. Control point menu. Go to vertex or control point menu and choose hook select type. Assuming it's in here. I thought there was just like Command P. Control P. Command P. Command P. Control P. Oh, we're close. We're close. Okay, we're close. We're close. Come on, Sam. Snap cursor to selected. Tab. Snap selection to cursor. Snap cursor to selected. Snap selection. Oh, snap selection to cursor. Okay, that's kind of what mine looked like before. We are so freaking close. Oh, we are so close, folks. We are so close. We are so close. We are so close. But we are so far. Oh, we are so close. 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 We haven't parented them yet. 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 Or we were also in edit mode. Does that change anything? No. Okay. Why is that over there? Oh man, I am so confused with what's going on right now. Whatever that was probably wasn't helping. What am I doing with my life? We're going to parent this to the phone. And then we're going to use go back into edit mode. Or actually, no. This plus this. Repeat for other vertices. So we got to do it one at a time. Tab into edit mode. Tab into edit mode. Tab into edit mode. Select the vertices that you want, which is already selected. Select the vertex that you want to link to the empty. Go to vertex or control points menu, and then hook to selected object. Hiya, we're getting there. Customs. Vertex. Control points. Hooks. Hook to selected object. Hook to selected object. Okay, I think we might be a business. Let's do it for the other thing, imaginger. This, okay, tab out of it. This. Select the empty. Select the thing. Tab. We're on the vertices. Control points. Hooks. Hook to selected object. Require selected vertices. Shift H. Seems to play at any time. Huh? Jeez, sound like my wall is getting ripped off. It's really windy. Oh. Well, if my roof collapses in, that's gonna be a video for insurance. Somebody make sure to fire that to insurance so my mom gets something. Where were we? Hooks. Hook to selected object. We're going to save it. And I have no idea where we are in the process of everything, what this means, but my fingers are crossed. that we go backwards and the thing is going to move to our phone. Come on, come on. Oh no. What did we do wrong? I'm losing my mind, Jerry. Require selected vertices or active group. Oh, Jerry, Jerry, Jerry. What did we do wrong, Jerry? What did we do wrong? Somehow we've lost our thing. Or have we? No, let's touch that now. That's what we want. We're halfway there. We're halfway there. We're halfway there. Oh, this is so annoying and frustrating because I have no idea what the heck I'm doing. Oh, but we're close. But even when I have this figured out, what does that mean for my gravity? Well, I guess it would. Yeah, I don't know. Figure that out when we can get this to work. My thinking is. What is my thinking? Snap. What is my thinking? What is my thinking? What is my thinking? Used, grabbed, empty. Used, grabber, used, grabber, empty. Oh, I already forgot what it was called. Holy. So short-term memory. Used. Used, grabber. Used, grabber, empty. Moment of truth. I thought I had it. Oh, I thought I had it. What is going on? Why will that not move? Okay, let's undo that because I think we probably, yeah, looks like we obviously hooked it to the wrong one. Is it working now? What in the heck is going on? What in the heck is going on? I controlled. Okay, I'm not going to explain it. It's working. It's working. No, it's not working. That's not good. Oh, he's falling down. Right? Okay. I mean, oh, if it could just... I mean, we don't need it to be perfect. We don't need it to be perfect. Oh man, we are so freaking close. Phase. No, it's just spinning it. I think that's overall quality. I don't know, move it into position. I don't know if this is a solution or not, but I mean, we are getting close. We are getting close. We are getting close. We're getting close. Not so bright anymore. Oh, because the visor's on. Oh, folks, we are so close. No, that's what I saw before. Okay, well, that fixed that. I fixed that, kinda. Let's take off the wind, because maybe that's what's making that do that. Holy Hannah. I feel like I'm playing like Jenga right now, or like the terminology House of Cards. It's like if I just do the wrong thing, it's going to break the entire thing. So that's why I'm like, oh man, so sorry. Apologies for maybe being annoying. But you guys have no idea how frustrating this has been. Wind. Physics. Remove the wind. Still jiggling. Still jiggling. Let's take the brake off. Well, with what I just said, maybe it's time to save it as a new iteration. Because we are so freaking close. We are close. Oh, my world is also upside down. My world is also upside down. Oh, that's not helping. Yeah, that's why it's like doing that, because it's jiggling. There's still some kind of wind or something going on. But it's going like that because it's upside down. And I want to say it's still colliding with this, but it's technically, it's colliding with this and then it's upside down, if that makes sense. Oh man, we're so close. We're so close. We're so close. We are close. I don't know what I'm doing, but hopefully it's working. Sorry for the wait. Just baking the simulator, not baking it, but it's generating a simulation. I'm assuming that's what this purple line is. So just do it from the start of when I set the in frame. Come on, work, 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 work. Why is it doing this? Why is it doing this to us? We are so freaking close. Curious to see what it looks like from a distance. The other thing I could do is modify the telephone and just remove the piece. I think that might just be the easiest solution, but I really do like that phone cord. Makes it a bit dynamic. Well, we can kind of see it hanging off the phone slightly. Yeah, it's coming through the phone. Nope. I thought it was. Sorry, that's the dial thing. Frame by frame, see what happens. Why couldn't you just stay connected? I'm okay with that. I'm okay with how it looks. I just want the cord to stay connected to the phone. Oh, we were like 85, 95% there. 95% there. We just need that cord just to come up with the phone like it was. When I can Command Z. No. Come on, come on, come on, brain, come on. Why can't we figure this out? Why can't we figure this out? I would just like to figure it out. Like to figure it out. How do we figure this out? Keyframe it. Let's see what happens. Where did it go? Oh, yeah, you're not going to let me keyframe it, are you? I'm losing it. I'm losing it a bit. I am definitely losing it a bit. I saved it recently. Oh, why should the easiest thing always be the most difficult? And I know I'm kind of cheating, but it should be this difficult. Shouldn't be this difficult. BRB, I'm gonna get a snaky poo while this loads. Takes a minute. Yeah, need some help. Help, Obi-Wan, help. Oh, getting chilly. We're so close. My gut instinct said try scaling, and that is pretty close. As long as it doesn't break, we can make the thing smaller, hopefully. Okay. Save. Ah! I shouldn't have maybe saved. Yeah, that's how it was before. So something I did when I saved it last time made it all stiff. 4-2. Ooh, is that gonna help me? Split Specs, thanks for coming by. I've been hearing rumors of 4.3. I don't know about 4.23. Blender.org. Yeah, this is what I'm on right now, 4.2. How do you download? .23 or 4.3? Might be 4.3. Yeah, I'm not much of an alpha tester. I'd rather kind of wait off, especially because I use a bunch of add-ons. So, but yeah, I'm super excited. Hopefully 4.3 brings some cool stuff. How well versed are you in Blender? Right now I'm using an add-on for this, but if there's a manual way to do it, that's pretty easy. I'm trying to hook, obviously, the two things together. Sorry, I'm going to check my cognac. Give me a second. Sorry, I meant Split Specs. He hopped in there and looks like he's a Blender person. Yeah, I'm just not sure how to update because it looks like. What am I trying to do? Do I just download it again and it's going to be 4.23? Or is there a way to like update through Blender itself? Oh, I'm all over the place, sorry. Preferences is what I'm looking for. Intermediate level. Yeah, I'm assuming I probably just have to download it again, right? And then it'll be a 4.23. But let's do that after this project. But if you have any ideas on how I can get past this hurdle, because right now I'm trying to use this add-on to create the foam cord being picked up and stretched. But as we can see, it keeps changing designs every time I go to play it back. And it is driving me nuts. Trying to figure it out. Yeah. Even if I can just cheat it, because it's just really a few frames. We were close, but then it got all stiff, and then now I'm running into, what's it called? So maybe I have to bake it. Bake it when it's big? Because maybe it's re-simulating when it's small. Yeah, I'm not sure. Current issue I'm facing is, yeah, you'll see in a second here. When this loads up, it should look fine, other than there's going to be spacing But when I go to play it back, then everything gets messed up. So it might be the bake. I have to bake it. Yeah, maybe that's what it is. Yeah, how's the flag going? Hopefully you figured it out. Yeah, see, our chord wasn't down there before, but now it is. And it's going to look somewhat okay here. Yeah, like it's running down to the phone here. But I want to have this connected up to here. I want to have this connected down to here. But when I go to play it back, we're getting now the stiffness. And it's retracting. That's probably the add-on. I'm not sure if we can do much about that. But then when I go to play it back again, it's like much shorter and looks different. So my thinking is it's this bake. So let's do that again. Like there's no way to like delete the cache or anything. Or maybe overall, but I don't want to. I just want to target that. Scrambles. Nice. Yeah, you need to get your pole and then do the vertex of the pole and then connect the flag vertexes that you created to the flag or to the pole vertexes. And that's why I won't. That's how you stay. That's how you prevent it from flying away, I think. The method I'm currently using is an add-on called physical cable something. But it generated a curve with one of these cables on it, and that's what I'm using now, and I've gotten a lot further with it. Sorry, this is the documentation. So I'm trying to do this. But imagine this being the base of the phone and then that the phone receiver minus the snapping. I bought this thinking that you could animate it, and you can. It looks like you can, but I'm just missing something. But in this example, he's not actually animating it. He has his mouse and he's just pushing it, and I didn't recognize that before until now. But I've been able to somewhat animate it. It's just, for whatever reason, my ends aren't sticking to my axes when they're doing their thing. If that makes sense. It's awesome you're happy with it, National. I'm curious to see how it is. Actually, maybe that's what's going on. No, I haven't seen it yet. But yeah, flip it. If you upload it or have an example, flip it to me on Discord. But then I have a manual cable. Where's that at? So this is what I was trying to do before, where I just had two empties and then I connected a curve to them. So wherever the empties are, or actually I guess I haven't done that yet. I guess wherever this is. I need to hook those to the empties, and then once that happens, then they'll be working. I guess I can do that now. I wonder if maybe that's what's happening, that this is connected somehow. Oh, you're a GeoNodes person. Yeah, that's handy. I'm gonna drop the Discord chat. No pressure, but you're the first person to talk about GeoNodes and trying stuff in it. So that could be a part of the roster, the team. I could use your hand. or together learn some stuff. Like I've dabbled in it. I know how to like unhook things and hook things up, but I wouldn't be able to create something from scratch. Like I was trying to export something when using an add-on, and then I went in and was able to unplug some things to get it the way that I wanted. But to create all that, I wouldn't be able to do. No, don't need to be an expert, but just even basic knowledge is handy. I need to do more of it. That's why I buy all these add-ons, because I'm like, meh, I don't have the patience to learn the GeoNode process. But that's where my buddy is right, that I'm leaning on the add-ons too much. And as a result, when I do have problems such as this, I don't know how to do anything about it. Not do anything about it, but I definitely am struggling and moaning. I have been moaning today. So that's connected to that. So how do we do it before? We said we wanted to click on the empty. Click on the empty, hold shift, click on the, click shift, hit tab, select the vertices, control points, hooks, hook to selected object. And then now if the thing moves, tab out of it, that thing moves. Okay, so I got my own cable going, kinda. It is very bad, but I'm assuming what we could do is we could create the cable wrap or modify this to a wrap, and then now we have our own version of it. But why isn't it working? Okay, well, this thing is definitely being influenced by this for some reason. Check out Bradley Animations. He has a free add-on of a bunch of GeoNodes presets plus a Discord channel. Bradley Animations. Yeah, I don't know if that's ringing a bell. Bradley Animations Blender. This is something maybe for National there, if he's doing some free geometry nodes. Look at that, a flag. Ripple, at least. I guess that's more like waves, water waves, but Gumroad. Oh, the whirlpool. I could use that in my Backrooms pool room. March 23rd, that's my birthday. Out of all the dates, that's crazy. What's the chances? I gotta send it to my buddy. Whew. I'm assuming that's what you're talking about. Holy Anna. What do we got going on here? But I'm assuming this is I'm making a road animation, and that could be actually pretty cool for it. Page the link redirected you to is what I'm talking about. Sorry. Just delay. I gotta figure out the delay stuff. This one. Sorry, that must have been frustrating. But I think you probably mean this one. Where is the fast forward? I'm just curious. I'm not quite sure. Okay, so it's kind of like visual graphics. But that road, I'm just curious about that road. Cool. Yeah, I will keep that up and take a look. Yeah, that could be interesting for the road. Or data. There's another company that does Bitcoin mining and data management. So just cables, like imagine a cable, and then you could do that effect to show data flowing through the cable. So that's pretty cool. Blender tutorials. Cool. Yeah, I will give that a checkaroonie, but I don't think I saw anything related to this. But if you said you had an idea, I'm curious to see what that is. Ow. Okay, so that does affect it. I'm just throwing anything I can at it and try to get some kind of grasp. But it's not going too hot. Seems like the more I move it this way. Nope. 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 Actually, we're gonna go back one more. And that cable's being affected by, because it's probably collision, I'm assuming. No. That's how I can make sidewalks. I was trying to figure out how to make the curve flat. Okay, so that's good to know. Not so much. What would be ideal is like curling on the table and then pulling up, but the main focus, the main goal, I just want to get it done because there's so many problems with this project. It was one of my first ones. I just want to kind of wrap it up. Like right here, we just need to see a little bit of it as if it's like on the monolith, because you don't really see it. Like here, we would just need to kind of see a little bit of it drooping, just a little bit. There, just see the coil, and then here, we just need to see it's working. No, it's not working. But we see it for here. So it doesn't, yeah, I don't think it needs to have the drooping, like physics drooping. It just needs to have the coil and pretend as if it's attached and pretend drooping. If anything, maybe we could add some vertices and just like add a wiggle based on the frame. But yeah, main goal is just have it go directly down off frame because the phone actually just sticks into the ooze. I should probably show you the export of where I'm at with it. That might help. Where are we at? Where are we at? So this is the export, and I'm just trying to fix this. There's flashes, not sure what's going on there. I fixed the hand on the left already. I've slowed down the keyframes. But yeah, like we barely see it. We barely like see it. It's just so fast. I've slowed this down a bit, but it's still going to be pretty fast in this new one. But yeah, we just need to like, yeah, no physics. So maybe I can just simplify things on my end. Maybe I don't have to use this plugin. I guess that's what you're alluding to, right? Because one thing, because we can create a manual, we can create the curve with the rope on it or the cord on it. And then I just avoid trying to hook it to my empties. Oh, the HDRI. Okay, so this is what it does, and this, I'm assuming it's exactly like a curve. So I just needed to manually animate this. Where are we? Frame 1. Oh, I can't because, so we create empties. Yeah, the your flag, I'm assuming, is what you're talking about. Once you get into the physics stuff and the simulation stuff, you're gonna definitely feel like a champ. You can do some really cool stuff, like the water, once you get in the water. I haven't done any of the wind stuff, but I guess you're branching into that, so. Yeah, I'm curious to see how it's looking. But this is where I'm gonna go create empty, put them in its general area. Actually, what I could do is snap cursor to selected, tab out, go to this, snap selection to cursor. Then we select the empty, we select this, we tab into edit mode, we select the vertices, we control points, we hook selected to objects, and then now if we move this, and then we would do the same to the other side, but we don't necessarily need it, right? So can we just do this? Like in theory, that's all we need. For whatever reason, it's not working. Oh, I appreciate it. Yeah, maybe like branching into this stuff, right? Like we run into a problem, so let's simplify it. Let's create a new scene. It automatically brought my HDRI from the other scene, it looks like, or maybe it just generated one. But then I realized, okay, we have this feature in this tool. We can create a manual cable, so let's manually do it. So then, just as you guys saw the last couple minutes here, I have a rig system that should work, right? The only thing that I don't like about it is everything's pretty squiggly. But we might be able to fix that with some of the settings in here. And yeah, look, it even has the simulation attached to it. Look at that, that's cool. Like, this is what I want. Why can't I have this work? Well, I guess I'm moaning. We haven't tried this yet, this simple process. And actually what I'm going to try to do is, let's pretend our cube that I'm creating here is our phone receiver. Let's put it up in the sky a bit. So that's our phone receiver. I'm just going to do that quick. We're going to snap our cursor to there. Then we're going to grab this and we're going to snap that to our cursor. See, and then, So this is where we're running into problems. Doing it by snapping the cursor. That's awesome, dude. That makes me feel happy. Not sure if you're a part of my rant, but I was looking at maybe part of the thing that I'd love to do in my life is like give back to people or be a big brother to like a volunteer service. But it's just so hard for me to do that stuff. But then I realized the other day that I can do that through YouTube. I've gotten some success through animation, so why not do that? Distill that information to other people, and then also while I'm learning Blender, together we can learn it together. So I'm not going to ramble about it, but I do appreciate the kind words and glad you're learning something and motivating you to be in Blender, I guess, because if you can master Blender, then you have a whole new tool set that you can exercise for yourself or for your clients when you get them. You got the stretch effect of the cable in GeoNodes? Nice. Well, that's all we need at a minimum, is the stretch effect, right? Hopefully. But yeah, it's frustrating. But maybe we could try that, what I've done. Actually, one thought at a time. Sorry, I'm tripping over my words. We're going to use this as the phone receiver because it's essentially the same thing. Maybe it was too high. Oh, I think I know what I did wrong. Snap cursor to selected. Grab this. We're going to snap that selection to cursor. And then we need to parent. That's what I messed up on. So, okay, I got this. Parent this to the cube, and then we're gonna snap that back, selection to cursor. Then if we hit play and we grab our cube, it should work. Booyah! Okay, so now if we animate this, or sorry, yeah, keyframe this. Keyframe this. Oh, Blender! No! Oh! Oh, this is brutal, boys and girls, if you're part of the chat. Try it again. If it doesn't beat you down, you get back up and you try it again. Yeah, them's the breaks. Oops. Yeah, I got something like that, but I just haven't learned how to use it, which probably would be handy. Luckily, the autosave in Blender hasn't really messed me too much. We'll see where I'm at here with my last save. I can't remember when I saved it last. Here, I'll show you what actually, we can take a look here while we're in Gumroad. I have to say, I'm not a big fan of Gumroad. Like, how do you get back to the main page to search for stuff? I like the Blender Market for that. What are we calling this one? Power save? Oh, but it looks like Fallout, kind of. Oh, never mind. Oh, it gives you a bunch of other tools too, maybe? But this is what I have that I should learn how to use. I haven't installed. But yeah, it's supposed to like... Yeah, I don't know why. I guess it's over my head, so that's why I haven't learned it. But it's something I should. My version, did, but the one that Split Specs is talking about there is free on Gumroad. If you go to Gumroad and type in Power Save, it looks like you get a free version. But that'll be handy because we have lost some work in the past. Where are we here? Usually what I do is I go File, Recover, Autosave, and then there's a bunch of autosaves here. So yeah, I have a couple to go back to if I need to. Subtract 12, 330, so that was a minute ago, so we might as well go back to that. Oh, right. I keep forgetting about that. Yeah, I should go here. Well, they have the extensions now in the program. So you could, I'm assuming, blah, 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 blah. I'm assuming what's in their extensions in the program is probably what's on their website. But I did come across this the one time. Extensions. Yeah. Yeah, National. Maybe go hop on here. Because this is Blender. These are Blender developers themselves who have built this stuff, I believe. And they should be free. But you might find some stuff on there. Or... yeah, it's looking about the same. If you go to... Holy Hannah. Preferences. Get extensions. Available. There's all these here. These are blenders, I believe, as well. And then what's also exciting is that they have repositories. So if there's other websites that are legit, like hopefully Blender Market at some point are going to be available. And then I can just access every single add-on that I've purchased from Blender Market in here versus having to go download it. That's the plan with that, I believe. But that's the thing, it's pure Blender. It's just, they don't have everything installed because not everybody's going to be doing what you're doing. Like, not everybody's going to be making cloth animations, so they're not going to install a bunch of cloth tools that you could potentially use to make your thing better. That's my assumption, but if you want to look at it different, then that's cool. But don't limit yourself just because like you're like anti-plugin, anti-stuff, right? The way that I look at it, it's like a craftsman or a construction worker, like him building a house. Like you need a hammer and nails. There's maybe different versions of a hammer, like grips and comfortability or how heavy the top is. And that's what you're paying for, is the different version of that hammer. A power hammer, an electric hammer to do the job faster. That's how these add-ons are. You can look at it, right? You can do all the geonode things yourself, or you can buy that electric hammer and skip the process of doing half the work of that hammer. But anyways, rambling. Well, I'm just saying, might limit you. But I get you. I respect that. I respect it. But yeah, we are so freaking close. And we got it working with... So actually, that's where we were. Sorry, I was trying to remember where we were last. And we were in a telephone... I could have sworn I had created a new... Yeah, I guess it didn't save. Crap. That autosave didn't save us. Yeah, autosave didn't save us. I don't need to recreate it because I know what I'm doing now, I think. But this is what was on the model before. Remember how to do things. There we go. That's what was on it before. This is me trying to do a simulation. But it's not rigged. It's designed. Anyways, let's try it again. Blender. I can't believe that happened. We were so close. We haven't even confirmed if keyframing is going to work. Everything else worked about it, though. Everything else had worked about it, so let's just get back at it. Get back at it. Heal. We got this. We got this. We got this. We got this. So we are creating a new phone chord, but we're doing it in this sequence, and we are going to crush it. Oh, see, yeah, there you go. Blender kit. Yeah, that's a good one. No, I get that. But yeah, the drag and drop, kit bashing. As you can see, right, I'm using a lot of kit bashing and it's saving me a lot of work. We can do some cool stuff with them. Okay, so that. We are creating a manual cable, 3D point here, so it should generate here. Then we are going to, okay, I'm just gonna get in the zone, so I'm gonna ramble, but hopefully I can get it right this time. So I created that. Then I clicked Shift, this, Tab. We selected our vertices. And then we went control points, hooks, hook selected. Okay, what I should have done was, right, that's the step I missed. That's the step I missed. Snap. Selection occur. Oh, yeah. Cursor to selected. Cursor to selected. Okay. Then we go back to our empty. Snap selection to cursor. Then we select our empty. Then we select our thing. Then we go into tab. Then we select our vertices. Then we go to control points. Then we go to hook. When we tab out, we grab the object. Now our thing should do the thing. Our thing with the thing should do the thing. So then now we are going to our phone base. We are snapping our cursor to selected. We are going to our chord, tabbing. We are grabbing this end. We are snapping this to selection to cursor. We don't need to parent this one, right? Oops. If we move this, that moves with that. So let's save it. Okay, so now we need to connect it to the phone receiver. We go to the phone receiver, we go to snap, we go to cursor to selected. We go here to our empty, we go snap selection to cursor. Actually, this is going to change anyways, because we need to parent this empty to the phone receiver. Parent this to the phone receiver. Then we go snap selection to cursor. And we save it. Now, if the cursor moves, our phone should move. Oh, we did it, folks. We got there. Oh, we got there. I think we got there. Holy man. I made that way more difficult than I needed to. Oh, no! I just can't win. I just can't win. Damn it. But we figured it out. I just gotta do it again. But, sorry, that makes me feel better. Holy, where are we at for the stream? 2 hours. Well, we figured it out. It's been a couple days. It's been a couple weeks. I keep throwing time at it. And it just became the top priority and then to the very last thing. It would be just nice if we could swap this out easy enough. The barbed wire. I mean, it's terrifying, but not what I was going for. Okay. Oh man, that's brutal. Let it go, Sam. Yeah, that's to be honest, that's why I uninstalled Blender Kit. There's a way to toggle it on and off, but between the constant updates and it kind of sitting in my prime real estate, I kind of got rid of it. Okay, phone cord 5 working, but barbed wires. Let's turn it all back on. We'll just do that. We can delete everything else, hopefully without not losing anything. I'm keeping that because, no, we can delete that now. We've hit a new milestone. Bye-bye. Okay. We got this. We got this. We're doing it right this time. Spiral. Manual cable. We might be able to skip some steps this time, hopefully. Snap. Cursor to selected. Shift A. Create an empty. Select the empty. Select this tab. Select the vertices. Go to control points. Go to hook. Hook to selected object. Tab out. And now, whoops. When we grab grab that. That's working. Snap. Cursor to selected. Go back to this. Tab. Select this. Snap to cursor. We don't need to do anything to that. We could technically parent and do the same thing that we did, but I think that's going to work. Now we go to our phone. We were in edit mode. Go back to object mode, go to our phone, snap, cursor to selected, go to our empty. Oh man, why am I struggling here? Empty, we're going to parent this to the receiver, and then we're going to snap selection to cursor. Save it. Then we're going to switch to spiral. And it is working, folks. We got her. Now the question is it all blocky? But split specs, if you're still here, I'm definitely still curious to see your setup. If you got something to show. If you don't, that's cool, but I will definitely want to learn how to do this in GeoNodes, and it sounded like you have something that was pretty close. I'm willing to swap it out because I think we're still having some issues with this one. But in the meantime, I'm just going to keep pushing. But I appreciate you helping me out, taking a stab. Because, yeah, it's still not quite working, I don't think. But I'm hoping it gets us there. I'm hoping it gets us there. Stop. No, that's cool. If you're still got something to show, I'm not sure if you hopped into our Discord there, but if you haven't already, flip it over and I can open it up, take a look. But if you're not comfortable flipping it over, that's cool too. I just want to make sure that I recognize what you're doing for me and I appreciate it. And you might be learning yourself possibly, but yeah, let me know. What does this look like on the camera? Yeah, it's acting all funky still. The jiggling is getting in our way. I don't need it to jiggle. I need it to look like... see, it's still falling off. Weird. I need it to look like that. Just for like 20 frames. Oh, I thought we had it working. Play it. Because maybe it's simulation. So let's just play it and see what happens. I'm hoping it doesn't do that. It's supposed to stay inside the helmet. I think it's just slow playback. Hopefully. We gotta take a look at that. No. 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 Not working. Oh, we're so close. My world is super tiny, so that's why it's a little blocky, because I want to say that's as small as the emitter can go. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with how this looks. I'm just not okay with this. One problem for another problem. Do I have any free drag and drop assets? I have a couple, yeah. Well, maybe $1, I guess, because you have to buy stuff from here. You don't usually get it free. Plant library. Yeah, like there's different, like there's a planter, free planter. Blender kit, essentially, right? Blender kit, I guess, is, yeah, Blender kit is probably the go-to for that. Because it should have most of that. I feel like that was a Blender kit download. You can find that in the search. Pricing, so I guess what we can do is go kit bash, Blender kit bash. Kit bash. Price 0. Yeah, so yeah, you just have to go and search for certain things and then you can find them. It's free, just if you want to support the guy, then there's that. Check Discord. I won't be able to open this up on stream. I have my Discord on another computer. Oh, nice. Yeah, you got it. Yeah. Yeah, that's dope. Like if it's fully stretched out, can you change the shape and design of it once it's... Because I'm wondering about just adding a little bit more section to it and then scaling stuff down and make the spirals tighter so that way you have a longer cord. But yeah, that's the solution. That is definitely a solution. Good job, dude. That looks great. Because my other thought is I do it again, but I don't parent it to the receiver. I just manually keyframe the... Yeah, I'm going to try that. Try that. Phone cord working, but barbed wire. New collection. Phone cord 6. Spiral. But not behaving properly. Hey Ollie, how's it going? Good to see ya. Okay, so let us hide these and not go with the parenting. We are going to just manually animate. Hi, bye. Hi, bye. Okay. So we're going to manually cable. We are going to snap cursor to selected. Snap cursor to selected. We are going to create a new empty. We are going to then, that's selected, shift select that, then we're going to tab, we're going to select the vertices, we're going to control points, hooks, hook to selected. We're going to put this back on the base, grab this, snap cursor to selected. we're going to go to this, we're going to tab, we're going to select this, we're going to go snap selection to cursor. Oh, that's okay. Snap selection to cursor. Okay, now save. We are, thought maybe we were back on barbed wire. This, okay, got an idea. This, snap, cursor to selected, this, no, this, snap, selection to cursor. We're gonna go to here before he picks it up. Hit I for keyframes. Save it. We're gonna go to where he's done. We're going to go to here. We're gonna go to snap, cursor to selected. We're gonna go back to our thing. We're gonna go snap, selection to cursor, and then we're gonna hit I for other keyframes. We're gonna save it. Then we're gonna go backwards and hope that this does it. First, let's get out of our spiral. Custom radius 0.001. Sorry, 0.01. 500. Save. I forgot to put the collision box in. Crap. We are making so much work for ourselves. Anyways, start going backwards. Right. We have to do a little bit more than just that. A little bit more than that. Oh, why couldn't you just stay parented? Have to delete that one. Oops. Oh boy. Okay. We are doing telephone monolith. Props. Oops. Props. Manual cable. Okay, yeah, nice. Yeah, that'll do her. Oh, nice. So what I could do is like I could use that to like say if he were to drop the phone, then I could have that extra empty that you added like hang here, and then the phone would kind of droop off. Or either way, at least gives you control, so that way I can make it look a certain way in the camera. Yeah, you're crushing it, man. I wish I could be able to. You seem like you know what you're doing. Did you have to do this before with a client or a previous project, or are you just a modest GeoNode wizard? feel like you're being modest. Okay. Ooh. Come on, Blender. She gone. She gone. Where are we at? 4 o'clock. This phone cord is kicking my butt. You've been whipping it up in like 15 minutes, 20 minutes. So yeah, nice. Some transferable skills. That's always nice about challenging projects, is sometimes there's some things that you could leverage into your next project. One of my projects, Booleans, I was using Booleans a lot to like cut out windows and holes and stuff. And then yeah, my new project with my road is I'm leaning pretty hard on Booleans. It's come in handy. Yeah, it's 4:02 here. I'm an hour ahead. South Africa, ooh. Definitely meeting all kinds of people around the world. Okay, yeah, this was our keyframe dealio. So actually I might be able to just delete the keyframes versus having to redo the whole thing. I have an idea. Oops. Okay. There's no empty on this currently. So cursor to selected, create an empty, parent the empty to the phone, snap, oops. Parent to the phone. Snap selection to cursor. Oh, why did I delete the other empty? Silly. That was for our okay. Maybe not. Losing myself a bit here, Jerry. Snap selection to cursor. Parent this to the phone receiver. Snap selection to cursor. So when the phone moves, the empty should move. Is it now working? Have I figured it out? Or am I still gonna have the same problem? But yeah, 10 p.m. South Africa. That's cool in yourself, South Africa. Sorry, I got back to my work. I'm curious, what are you doing in South Africa? Do you do Blender for clients? Do you or is it hobby? pastime. It's doing that. Okay, we are getting close here, folks. It's doing that because I built my entire world upside down by accident at the very start. So that's why stuff is floating in the sky. But I'm not opposed to leaving it because it's kind of cool, and it matches the water. Oh, well, I think we figured it out. It's just unfortunate my gravity is upside down, or my world is upside down. Yeah, looks like I figured it out. Finally. I'm not quite sure how. I wouldn't be able to. Luckily, we have it recorded, so we could always go back and look at what I did. But I want to say, yeah, I connected the empties together. So I attached the empty to the end of the phone cord, and then I had an empty attached to the receiver. Made sure the empty was moving with the receiver, made sure the empty was moving with the phone cord, and then connected to the two empties together. Versus going to the receiver because maybe it was something to do with the origin point or something like that, right? So I feel like that's what solved it. $23, nice, the magical number. That's my number. But I'm 36, so I'm a little ahead of you. But that's pretty cool that you're in South Africa and trying to make a career out of it. I do video editing, motion graphics, and for the past year I've been dabbling in and out of 3D for clients. But I have a new project that's gonna hopefully be all my work for next year, by the sounds of it. So far the client's really happy, and they project or think that the people that we're working with will want more videos. This is just the basic export. This is like client, this is what we're working on. Is it heading in the right direction? But essentially what we're doing is there's city roads that are being redesigned. So they want to showcase how that's going to look in the community. So that's what this is. There's 13 shots, 8 different scenes. Sorry, there's also another scene here. Where is this? Right here. So this is the same. We're going to cut into a new scene shortly. So this is like the same area, but just from a different angle. Right now, this is really bad. As you can see, it's drifting on this right side. I need to fix that. But the plan is to kind of have a couple different angles, and then we cut between them. I plan on dressing it up with cars and trees and stuff. Different transitions. There's different ways I can bring on the transitions. And then, yeah, this is an earlier example, but then like dropping in cars and trees and stuff like that, we can really jazz it up. Dropped your current project, cool. Creating an avatar for yourself. That's wicked, dude. Yeah, you're definitely intermediate stage for sure. If you're modeling your own character, that's pretty cool. And you could swap out the clothing like that. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm jealous. That's pretty cool. I would love to have that. On the material, the Crocs. Nice, yeah, that looks good. Oh, the face details. Nice. So what's this for? Like just your own avatar for like your own. It's Christmas season, so he's swapping out his clothes, kind of thing, or not Christmas season, but this time of the year, different clothing. Or is this part of a character, a part of a series, part of a story? Game development? Yeah, the controller. That's sick. The face controller is really cool. I wanted to try to get into that stuff in After Effects, but I didn't really have any clients that were interested. I had a couple, but not a lot. It took me a year to rig up my spaceman's hand. I can run you through some examples of some pretty bad rigs. Sorry, he might be sending me. We're on mine. It's in the chat, the main chat channel. He dropped a couple videos there. You can take a look at what I'm being giddy about, being jealous about. You should see it, hopefully, I think. Yeah, that's cool. That's super cool. Another thing I'm working on, so I have like my own personal project. I want to get Backrooms out of the way. That was kind of just more, I saw that project somebody else did. I'm like, oh, super easy to make in Blender, so that's what I'm going to use to exercise and get my skills up. But I have a animated series, live action series. It could be any of those versions, just depends on the budget. But I have this kind of epic story that I'm working on, where I've kind of have the scenes in mind that are what's going to be happening, and then I've generated like an AI image kind of to visualize what I imagine happening for each of the different scenes. But I feel like it's a pretty expansive story. Lots of opportunity for people to get in and kind of mold their own characters in this space. But this is usually where I stop. I have over 300 rows made up at the moment. Not all of them are completely populated, but after I finish Backrooms and then get the client stuff going, I'm going to start transitioning into this, and I want to start mocking up some scenes of my world space. Like I just threw this together real quick, but I have one creature in mind. It's kind of like a body snatcher type creature, where my heroes are going to be like walking through the forest, and then they see a bunch of people like breathing like really heavy and like looking down, and then the tentacles are going to make them like fly through the air, fly through the sky, and try to attack our heroes. But yeah, that's a whole thing to unpack there. So yeah, it's going to be a lot of work. I really think this is probably going to be a 1 to 3 year project, like if I was devoted full time to it. And that's probably underestimating how much work there's going to be. But the main plan of attack is just going to be creating teaser trailers or like 15-second animations of like a camera flying through the environment, camera flying around the ground of the forest, or maybe a monster popping out and then ending, right? Just little teaser things. Yeah, that's actually maybe one thing to consider is, I don't know what everybody's workload is, but we can have our own little kind of, let's create a winter scene, each of one of us, and see what each person does. Okay, well, we have figured this out. I am happy, except for it being upside down, but let's take a look at our camera and see how this is looking at a distance. Oh, actually, first let's make sure, yeah, this stuff is taking a bit to render. Because there's a part of me, it's like, it'd be kind of cool to see the cable, because you can't really see it here. But as you get closer, it's already hanging upside down, and you're like, huh? And then when things start pouring, because he's walking on gravity, right? But then the phone, anything attached to the monolith has upside down gravity. And that would explain the liquid coming out and being upside down. I'll just fast forward through this part here. Because I'm hoping right here we can see the phone cord. Yep. Interesting. Yeah, National's just started kind of the other day doing Blender. And he's been doing a pretty good job. Being able to like grapple materials pretty quickly. We looked at doing arrays and curves for the train track. And then yeah, he took the material stuff and ran with that, and it's looking pretty good for the most part. And then yeah, the snowman. I'm also curious about your cloth animation, your flag, seeing how that goes. You seem pretty excited about that. Yeah, I have a Mac Studio M1 Ultra, so I'm pretty fortunate. It's probably not the best thing to be doing 3D animation on, but like literally my computer's blowing cold air right now. So I'm pretty fortunate to have a half decent or pretty decent machine. I shouldn't say half decent. As you saw, it crashes just randomly. It still has its quirks, but yeah, being able to flesh this stuff in cycles and have it like respond within a reasonable time, right? Like 10 seconds, I got my scene. Whereas I'm sure you guys are probably 10 minutes, depending on what kind of computer you're on. I definitely wouldn't be doing 3D on my other machine, that's for sure. Oh, bummer. One thing that we could also try too is you could make it, design it, and then if we want to look at the simulation, if you flip me the project file, then I can run it on my machine, right? For you. But I guess that doesn't help for the end. Or help you design with it, but we could do it for the end, right? Like once you have it, it's like, okay, Sam, render it out for me, and then I can render it kind of thing. See you later, Split Specs. Thanks for coming by, dude. Really appreciate it. Super wicked stuff. Let's keep in chat, keep in contact. As you see, I have a project. It's pretty big. So maybe I can contract you down the road to help me out, since it looks like you're a modeler. But yeah, keep in touch. Appreciate you coming by. Okay. Oh, how's this looking? How is this looking? Yeah, definitely. We can look at doing that. Could be a win-win scenario. You make something for me, I make something for you. Or pay me, I pay you, whenever we need each other, kind of thing. We are so close. Yeah, I'm using 250. Yeah, and light Eevee's come a long way. Eh? The new 4.2 is pretty impressive in Eevee. What does this look like in Eevee? I haven't looked at Eevee in a while. I usually work out of cycles. Oh yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe I might have to be of age. It might be a thing. Ooh, I kind of like the reflections on the glass. Yeah, my camera lens and stuff is all different, but like the ray tracing, like I can't say that was a thing before in Eevee. Let's turn this off, see if that helps. But yeah, we're getting some kind of weird distortion. 3, 2. But anyways, yeah, I'm pretty fortunate to have a pretty good machine. And yeah, that definitely, when you want to do 3D and your machine's not working for you, it's very hard to work on. Like my one buddy, I gave him my first computer and he's doing Blender on it and he's modeling and doing stuff on it. And I'm like, dude, how do you have the patience? How is the machine even working? How have you not melted the graphics card yet? But yeah, he's not able to do the things that he wants to do either because it keeps crashing. Yeah, I'd imagine it's a bit slower because of the ray tracing. But there's also the blue noise. I can't remember exactly where it is, but there's a blue noise thing that you may want to enable if you haven't. That might help it. Yeah, try the new Blender update, National. It could might help you speed up a little bit because they tend to fix stuff in the background right between your updates, so you might run things a little bit quicker or more stable, I suppose. Gravity. Do we worry about the gravity? Like, it'd almost be better if it went anti-gravity when you picked it up. Oh, I'm so happy that's working. Finally. But we were going to get there one way or another. With split specs, I think you had something that was going to solve it, but unfortunately, it looks like I was able to figure out what I was trying to do with my stuff. But yeah, I do appreciate you looking at that. Sorry to make you do the work, but I do appreciate that so much. Yeah, actually, I'm going to do anti-gravity because he's a spaceman. We don't see it, but technically in my story, he falls into a satellite, and that's how he ends up in the back room. So there's anti-gravity in space. He's walking around. There's no other assets, so he looks like he's walking fine, but then everything else is upside down, except for the monolith. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm going to leave it. Because I think in order to fix that, I need to flip the world upside down or turn my gravity upside down, but I do like how the water goes along the ceiling. How does this look afterwards? Yeah, the one thing I should be doing, like I should definitely be operating like out of the proper window, but with my visor it blocks my view, so but unfortunately, when you're on older machines, you got to learn your own workflow, right? What works for you, what doesn't, and 5 samples toggling between things. It's a pain in the butt, but it looks like you're getting stuff done, and you're a lot further than I am. Like I haven't done that modeling. I just bought Spaceman and then rigged them, so yeah, kudos, dude. I'm impressed. We need a tutorial. Okay. Yeah, I can maybe look at doing that. Actually, I might be able to even maybe do that now, because I think I'm done everything that I wanted to do today for Backrooms. Where is my exports? Blender, Backroom, exports. But yeah, I like the idea of like a channel for tutorials. Because even if I don't have to make it, maybe there's somebody else, right? And if I find it, then I can reply to your message, and then you'll have access to something at least. Or if we know how to do it ourselves, like split specs coming in, he can just drop stuff in quick, or anybody else can drop in stuff. But yeah, I like the idea. It's good. But what we were doing is we were fixing a bunch of things. I don't know how to fix the flickers. And motion blur might be a little high. Yeah, there's these flickers for some reason. What is these flickers about? Yeah, I can play this. Sorry. I don't have part 1 stitched on it yet. He's just walking through the halls in part 1, but he comes into this as part 2. And I've slowed down and fixed a bunch of things, but I just haven't exported it yet. Like all that's really hard to see, but I gave it some more keyframes, but I don't think it's enough. I think it's still going to be pretty fast. I fixed the hand motions on the left, but they're still not the proper way of doing it. I realized that I should have made them rigged body and then had the wall as an effector, but I did it all manually. Not much I can do about simulation unless I want to affect the flow of it, but I'm okay with the speed. Yeah, the flickers would be natural potentially. I see them as actually like export errors. There's something wrong with those frames. But I can leverage that stuff. Like I can bring it into After Effects and actually like add those like VHS glitch effects. Or one other thought too is actually have the lights flicker themselves. But I'm wondering if that's maybe what that is. Keyframes, random keyframes of times when I turned the roof. Yeah, maybe that's what it is. That could be it. Oh, I guess, yeah, sorry. Split specs, there already is a channel for that. We'll just combine them. I like the idea we need a tutorial. That's a little bit more, yeah, for anybody, right? Tutorial resources is just kind of top level. Yeah, object along path, which we can explore together potentially. I just want to make sure there wasn't anything else really pressing. Oh, I want to take a look at those lights. But yeah, in the meantime, maybe Google search that. Find a tutorial, YouTube video. If you're stuck, then we can explore it after I wrap up these kind of small things. I want to look at the lights. Ceiling, tile, materials. Doesn't look like there's keyframes, but strength. So yeah, this is my extent of geometry nodes. Tutorialed it, but created the tile ceiling through geometry nodes, and I like this system a lot more than some of the other stuff that I had created. The detail on it just looks a lot better, set up this way. And then obviously went in and changed some names and stuff, so that way I can easily change or know what I'm doing a little bit better. But yeah, let's get out of here. Wouldn't be able to rig that myself, but through tutorial got it working, and then now I can kind of understand it through the UI, or here anyways. But I don't think there's any keyframes. I don't think there's any keyframes. Yeah, I can help you out. Too Twisted, what's going on? Yeah, I see a little window. I'm hoping that I can help people be available. I'm streaming Blender. Um, I want to know if someone used Blender in this montage video for the game. He quit the game a year ago, so I have no way of asking or talking to him, and I'm curious. I'm very interested after seeing the video. It's really inspiring to something so cool. Yeah, what is it? Where is it? I can let you know if he's used Blender or think if he's used Blender. I'm not sure if Split Specs is still here, but he's also got a keen eye for stuff, and he was helping me earlier actually with something. So if I can't point you in the right direction, then I'm sure one of us could. Oh, sounds very loud. Sorry, I'm screaming today. And I did increase. Somebody said it was too low the one time, but I jacked her up, so I'll bring her down. Bring her down a little bit and see if that's better for you guys. Okay, yeah, I think he might be gone. Oh, it's very long. No, that's fine. Sorry, I thought you said loud as in the stream. But we'll leave it at that. Let me know if I need to turn it back up. But yeah, 3 minutes. Let me know. Flip it to me. I don't know if you can link the YouTube video or whatever it is in the chat. If not, we have a Discord channel. If you scroll up, I shared it there. I think it should still be there. It's my only comment. You should see Backrooms Interloper. I can actually just paste it again. Easier access. Oh yeah, definitely check out that tutorial. National, that's definitely what I was thinking, something like that. I was just gonna do boxes, like a cube, but he dropped in obviously a plain asset. And we could do that here too. I guess we have planes and cars and trains, planes and automobiles. What am I doing? I'm grabbing the invite for the Discord. But I'm curious. You got me curious. You got to flip it to me because I like dissecting things. I like to try to reverse engineer things. So if you saw something in a montage, a movie, a show, an advertisement, I really like to try to figure out how somebody made that and recreate it. Oh, there you are. Here we go. Star Wars, I think. Video unavailable. Okay, there we go. Just let me, once I click through. Holy, the Key Boy 1.0. I'm up to bad at. So it's timestamped at 2:30. And right now it looks like just in-game footage. No, I haven't heard of that game, but it kind of looks like one of those kind of World of War type games, I believe. Dungeon crawler, Diablo. The edit happens at 3:53. Oh, right, you did say that. Okay, I'm gonna go to 3:50 and watch it from here. Okay. Yeah, I'd say that's Blender. Yeah, that's Blender. when he's shooting the thing inside the gate, inside of the kingdom. Sorry, I'm doing a bad job explaining what I just saw. He's also using After Effects. You might be able to do it in Blender, but whatever editing program he's using, could be even Premiere Pro. Oh, actually, here, let me pull it up on my computer. What am I doing? We can skim through it together. Copy, paste, and 350. I want to put it on 2 times the playback speed. Okay, just make sure we're in chat. Oh, oh, there we go. Okay, are you here? Too Twisted? Twisted? I'm not sure how to pronounce your name, sorry. But I'm watching it back in 0.25 speed. Just so we can go frame by frame. I don't even know how you guys play this game. Like, how do you click on things without clicking the wrong person? Skip forward a little bit. I'm surprised he didn't do something there. Okay, right here. So that is a motion blur transition. Twisted. Okay, cool. So yeah, this is just like an edit. So whatever video editing program he's using like a motion blur transition. There's a thing called Mr. Horse. I'm not sure if you use Adobe or not, but this is an Adobe plugin. It works in After Effects. There may be a Premiere one as well, but I come from After Effects, so transitions, pre-comps, filmmakers transitions. Here we go. So he's using like stuff like this. Probably this one, but it's probably going the other way. But yeah, I'm leaning on something like this for that motion transition. I'm not going to ramble about it too much. Yeah, but you can achieve this one. I can show you how to do it in After Effects without these programs. This is just like a click and drag and drop, but once you enable motion blur, you can create this kind of like scaling. You'll scale down your video and scale it up really quick, and you can create that same effect. But that's what he's doing there. Sorry. And then if we play forward, so yeah, he's created all this in 3D, obviously. Yeah. So split specs would probably be able to model this type of stuff for you, but it's a very simple character, or maybe he even bought the character online, like somebody may have already modeled it for him. But here we just got basic shapes. Like National could probably tell you how to make this even. But this is like a cube, and he's just using materials to design the gate. The castle itself, again, is kind of primitive shapes, but then he's like beveling the edges to kind of create these stones. Then I'm assuming he's just applying materials. Right here, I want to say there's maybe some clipping, but that could just be the material type. Clipping being like, oh no, that's just the elbow. And then yeah, primitive shape, like this is even like just super simple shapes. But you only see it for a second, so you don't really put it together. his background, he doesn't even have a sky. He's just using the regular white background. Like I would put an HDRI in the background so that way it actually projects like colors and scenes, like some of my other stuff I'm working on currently. And then yeah, it's just got a camera, flies through. Then he's just created this thing, and then he just has it animating, rotating. Motion blur activated. The lights, I don't know. The lighting is interesting. I don't know. I have enough experience to tell you how to do that. I could have it glow, like emit like a ceiling light, but I don't know how he got just the blue to project through. Well, actually, it's coming out as well. Yeah, I don't know how he would have done on the light. That's where I'm not sure. What's your experience in Blender? Or 3D programs? Do you know 3D programs? Because if you know how to use Blender, I can walk you through on where to start. Like what I would probably start with is I wouldn't worry about the character. I would start with the castle, design the castle first. So whatever game you're playing, you're obviously gonna have to get reference images. So either take screenshots yourself, but you're trying to get every angle that you can of that location. And then you can import those into Blender and then kind of use them as a reference. And then you're trying just to match best you can. I'm a little bit ahead. Easier said than done, right? I'm probably telling something that you didn't already know. Some people say he has to do this for his day job because it's so insanely done. Yeah, like it takes you a bit. Like it's gonna take you a week. It would take me a week. Well, a week confidently. Like I can maybe do in a day or two, but that might be my ego. But they're just very basic shapes. I can even run it down quickly here. Save. So we come in here. I'm just going to run it through quickly. I'm not going to teach you how to use Blender, but we can do that some other time. Sorry, I'm going to be scrambling here because I'm still new to Blender myself, but snap, selection, a cursor. Oops. See, I still don't know the shortcuts too well. Yeah, I'm probably doing this all kinds of wrong, but hopefully you can see where I'm taking it, and just a few clicks were already this might be my ego, but I feel like I'm already not too far off. Obviously I'm doing it super quick here. Oops. What we could do for those little spiky things is use a cone, rotate Y 90, rotate X 90. This is probably where you should use array modifier. But once you know the basics of Blender, you can make stuff pretty quick. But yeah, mistakes, right? There's mistakes, but I would just hopefully you get the idea of once you can put some time into learning Blender, then once you know the tools, everything's really complicated, but you'll be able to easily whip up stuff like this, no problem. If you still have some time here, like what we can do next is imagine those look the way we want, very basic right now, but then we're going into materials. You can buy these kits. I know you don't have a lot of money, but I think this is like $100. But you can use Blender kit. There's other stuff, or you can Google search it yourself. This is where National, he's just doing it himself. He's not using plugins, and he's been able to do some pretty cool material stuff. But like we go in here, we got like all these different materials that we can choose from. There's one that I can't remember. Oh, painted. There we go. So then we'll select those, throw that on there. Go here. Go here. I'm gonna throw on my highest quality setting thing. I'm just gonna slap a HDRI in here. Garden. Just so we can actually see everything. But you can already see like the wood textures in there. So then we can grab these. Actually, while we're in here, we can do this. Turn off the HDRI, but we can still use the lighting information from the HDRI, but now it's going to export on transparent. Go back to here. Let's maybe color them those. But then we can play around with some of the settings. That's probably not the direction we want to go. I was trying to create like a brown. Let's get rid of that. Remove. And then just make this brighter. So there's some contrast. Sorry, I think you guys are chatting. I'm just gonna finish here. And then because it's a metallic texture, we now get the lighting bouncing off of it. Yeah. Yep, super simple, and not to be rude, but I guess he's got some reflections and stuff going on. His lighting's okay, but yeah, I feel like we can make this look a little bit better. Obviously, if I spent time, but for people to say it takes them a week to make, I don't think that's realistic. But I am new to Blender. Depends on the rendering time. Maybe his computer takes 20 hours to render out, because that's what's happening to some of my animations. It's taking like 20 to 48 hours to export 18 seconds of animation. But DaVinci Resolve, yes, for a free program. I haven't used it. I used it when it first came out, but it was more of just a coloring program. But now it's more of a video editor. So I highly recommend using it. There's a lot of people that have come to my channel and spoke highly of it, recommended that I maybe transition over to it. Because I do this for my job, I can afford Adobe and all that kind of stuff. But if I were to suddenly not have the income to afford it, then I would definitely be moving over to DaVinci Resolve. Stones, maybe while I'm in here, I can just do stones. There's like a bevel thing that I had talked about. So you can just like that for your stone. Materials. Time is money, so that's why if you're going to look at buying video games, maybe don't buy the next video game and put that money into maybe some of these kits that I have that make you go really quick, right? Again, maybe it's based on your computer, maybe you can't handle it, but definitely worth the money if you can afford it, or save up for it. Anyways, try to get a couple of them. You don't need all of them, but but then yeah, you got stones, and then you can just start building your castle, rotating stuff. However, and then what's cool about this program too is that it's got this extrude texture. So just clicking that, you automatically, like, it's extruding the material, the noise in the material. So I already have a realistic looking rock with a couple clicks. Anywho, I think you get the gist of it. I won't ramble too much more about that one. Let's put this in here. We got a few people that are castle 3D. I highly recommend doing the donut tutorial. Can you give me a second? I'm going to get caught up on chat here. So you have another example? Okay. What was I going to say before? I don't remember. Donut tutorial. Blender Guru. This is how I got into Blender. Luckily, I had a friend that helped me. He was a little bit more experienced. We did the tutorial at the same time, but he was able to wrap his head around it a lot better than I could. And I wanted to give up multiple times during the tutorial, but he's like, nope, you're not going home until we finish this. But I highly recommend, if you're new, you just know of Blender, you've never used it before, highly recommend doing this tutorial. It's long, very long, not very long, long. But if you can stick with it, you're going to learn how to use Blender. You're going to create something pretty cool out of it. I even recommend maybe doing the tutorial a couple times over. One thing to consider too is while you're doing tutorials online, if you're serious about 3D, is create like a little cheat sheet. So as you're learning stuff, try to document the different things, like what is transform, what is IOR, that kind of thing, right? You can also use Control F to search for stuff, but as you're learning to cut or mold or transform stuff, having a cheat sheet will imprint that stuff in your mind more, and then also give you a reference, like, oh, I know I saw this tutorial, or I know I did this thing this one time a year ago, but I don't know how to do it now. Something like this might remind you how to do it. The one thing I forgot to do, this is the last thing I'll say about it, is add links. So anytime you see a tutorial and you're doing this, make sure that you document where it's coming from so you can revisit down the road. But yeah, Blender Guru, highly check it out. We got another example. I have it loaded here. Paste. Here, oops. Oh, that's cool. We all obviously know what that's from. 135. Sorry, I got a few monitors opened. Uh, 135. Let's slow her down. Yeah, same thing. So this, oh, actually, no, maybe it's Blender as well. This could be After Effects, but this might be Blender. Yeah, it could be Blender based on how the, oh, actually, that's just the speed of my YouTube. Yeah, I don't know how you guys play these games. That's insane. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say. what that world map, it's probably all Blender. But in here, like he probably just has one character design, because it's got the same helmet. It's maybe different because the other one was, yeah, it's a different model, but it's probably the same helmet. So once you've built one model, then you can just kind of copy and paste your models, your assets from the different models, and just give it different armor to make it look different. I think the one had a bow before, this one has a staff, so you just swap those out, right? What else can I pick at? So he's got some grass materials here. So he's got a very basic texture on the ground, and then he slaps some grass on top of it. So yeah, like super simple stuff once you know Blender. I say super simple, but that's once you understand Blender and the tools and wrapping your head around 3D, the space of 3D. But this is the stuff that definitely National can help you do too. He's getting good at it. Come on. Sorry, Blender's just taking a second to do its thing. Hopefully it didn't freeze. Well, Blender's doing its thing. Yeah, it's just create plane like I created that cube, and then you just add a material to it. This is where it gets interesting. Yep, all Blender. Because what you can do is you create a plane, you subdivide it, and it creates a mesh over top of whatever shape you've created. And then you can just grab the pieces of the lattice and just pull up, and you create these little mountains. That's something that Blender Guru is going to do. He teaches you how to do it here. Holy Hannah. Well, he deserves it. He deserves it. It's a free tutorial, so throw those commercials on there. But yeah, once you're in your lattice mode, you can start grabbing the lattice and deform it a certain way. He has it rounded, so anytime you grab something, it grabs a bunch of other ones and keeps it rounded, but you can make them sharp. So that way you can create that illusion of mountains here by just pulling up the different lattices or vertexes. Then yeah, as I duplicated the gate assets for the gates, he's just, once you make one, you duplicate it, and then you can just kind of modify the different ones. And then, yeah, that's what he's done here. Rivers, he may have like used a curve, so you can like draw stuff, and then yeah, a couple things to break down there. He's also got a fog environment. Those are pretty easy to add, but they add a lot of render time to your machine. And I wouldn't know how you created the missile thing. I would use a plugin for that. Yeah, the plugin would look a little bit better. Yeah, no worries, dude. You can do anything that you want as long as you put your heart into it and your time. There is a reality, like terrible singers, right? There's a point where it's like you can keep trying to do this thing that you really want to do, but then there's a point where it's like, hey, maybe I'm not actually good to do this, right? But it sounds like you haven't tried. Sounds like you just kind of need the motivation or some confirmation, reaffirmation that you can do this. It is possible. And I think you can do it. So at least cut out some time, try it. Make sure you give it enough time, because like myself with Blender, I was going to quit out of the gate. I was like, screw this. This is not for me. I'm never going to learn it. I'm just going to go back to After Effects, go back to video editing, never touch 3D. I literally was saying that. I was anti 3D because of I couldn't wrap my head around it. But look where I am now. Not to flex, but because you stick with it and buy tools, you can create some cool stuff. So stick with it, dude. Join our Discord and let me know if... Oh, it looks like you just joined it, so let me know if there's anything I can help with down the road. But yeah, let's flip into this. And maybe something we can explore together. Like, I'm using plugins right now, but maybe someday we can schedule, hey, let's actually learn how to create rocks without using a plugin, right? There's geometry nodes, and you could create rocks in there, no problem. And actually, I did create a rock in there before, but I wouldn't tell you how to make it. Now I watched a tutorial, but like when I move stuff, then it would change the shape of the rock. But yeah, for that ground texture, like we can just easily use our materials. Oops, sorry, clicking stuff. Vegetation. We probably want to scale that down just a pinch. But then you get stuff like anti-tiling, but then if you know how to use the programs, then there's different things that you can toggle to make it look good. Let's add that distortion thing in there. It's probably a little too ham. 0.01. And then you got other stuff like this where you can just like and then you're basically creating a video game. Once you have these kit bashing, this is what we call this stuff, kit bashing. Once you have stuff that you can drag and drop into your scene, then you essentially become a video game level designer. And you're just creating your environments as you please. Again, this is the quick way of doing it. The proper way of probably doing it is going into the geometry nodes. But as a beginner, you probably don't want to wrap. When you see this stuff, you're probably going to want to run the opposite direction. Blender Guru does get into it, but this is how Blender actually works. This is the engine in the car to drive. You don't see the engine, you're just driving with the steering wheel, right? That's what I'm essentially doing, is I'm just driving the steering wheel, but this is the engine to make things work. So yeah, that's the way to look at that. Anyways, I can play with that all day. Yeah, definitely. That's cool, man. Let me know how you make out with it. Definitely, if you're doing tutorials, like you're in our Discord now. I try to be attentive to Discord, but I may miss your message, so just bear with me. But if you're like, hey, I'm on this tutorial in this chapter, if you timestamp it, then I could hop in and kind of do what I'm doing now with you and kind of simplify what he's trying to show you. Because I know there's a couple parts in that tutorial where me and my buddy had to rewatch it probably 3 or 4 times, because even though he shows you how to do it, there's still just something that just doesn't want to register in your brain, and that's okay. It happens. So that's why I can help you decipher that. I think that's the word I'm looking for, right? Good question. I don't know. That's what I'm worried about. I want to help people as much as I can. And yeah, there's going to be probably a reality, right? That if I explode and become the go-to Blender guy, I can't help everybody, right? I think at that point, what would probably kind of kick in is our new channel that we just created. The We Need a Tutorial channel. It'd probably become a voting system. So somebody would suggest, hey, I need this tutorial, and then if it gets to 100 likes or 1,000 likes in the Discord, then I go and record a video about it. So I'm not able to help people on an individual level, but if there's enough people looking for that specific tutorial, then I can maybe try to exercise and do it. The other option too is private training. Like maybe if you don't have money, but I can help people if they kind of contract me because I need to make a living, right? So if I don't have any 3D work, then maybe I can transition into something like that. Maybe a Patreon type membership where it's like, I don't know. I'm not sure what it looks like, but I don't want to make money off people. I want to just make sure everybody's compensated for their efforts, right? That people aren't taken advantage of. Maybe myself, because my empathy tends to be a little bit high, so I tend to not look after myself and my own needs. But I also don't want to seem like I'm greedy and trying to seek money, because that's not what the intention is here. The intention is to give back and help people. I've seen success, so I want to try to help in other people. And my thinking behind that is that if we can help each other, everybody else succeeds, and those people help other people, then hopefully there's that change in the world that I'm looking for. I'm only one person. I want to see a lot of things not happen in the world. And I can't fix everything, but maybe what I can do is empower people to do this as their career, or empower them to do it as their hobby, which then they go make a movie or make something that empowers other people, right? Just this chain of events that happen. So anyways, rambling, but that's why why I'm here and why I'm doing it. And I hope that I can help thousands of people, but to your point, I do need to recognize and be proactive to that, not overpromise people things. So yeah, I may be overpromising, so apologies if I'm overpromising, but I do have the heart to help you. I want to help you, but we'll see how that works out. Well, appreciate it, guys. Anyways, I'm rambling. I feel like every time I'm like, this is my heart, this is who I am. But we're here to learn Blender, not for me to be pouring my heart out. Or financial. I tend to be a financial channel sometimes. I get into some of my cost calculator and business type stuff, and I lose myself in those thoughts. What am I doing here? Look at the castle. Actually, maybe not. What was the other thing? Yeah, this thing. We did the ground. We did some grass, dropped some grass. I feel like there's one more thing I was going to do from here. Oh, the map. Oh, the map, the subdivide. That's the other thing I was going to show you. So yeah, like we can even just maybe duplicate this. Duplicate this. Let's change this to snow if we have snow. Doesn't look like we have snow, so let's do stone. Oh, snow, there we go. Anti-tile just for now. So we go with this, we go subdivide, 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 subdivide. I'm right clicking and just clicking subdivide. Pretty simple. And then in here, there's this little proportional editing thing that we can do. And then with our middle mouse button, we can change the scale or size of it. So yeah, I feel like that's kind of what you're just doing to create your mountains. He made them a little more pointy, so there's just probably an option in here to do something like that maybe. There we go. I'm doing not the best job of it, but and yeah, the snow texture probably isn't working out. Smart projection. There we go. Something like that. You can throw it in the background. Anyways, yep, a couple other extra things for you. Cool. Yeah, I appreciate the sub. Appreciate the like. Hopefully, I can get to. I think it's like 500 subscribers is when I can start making some bank. a dollar or two per month. But yeah, if I get up there, that'd be pretty sweet. Because I do this for full time, so maybe even just making this full time YouTube and becoming the full time blender, and then really charging for my contract work, like my clients. I might have to charge a little bit more for them because my time is now devoted to YouTube. It's an option. We'll see what happens, but plan on fleshing this out, sticking with it for a bit. I try to stream every day, but I am random. It's based on how the availability that I have, and if I need to focus on my client work or not. Yeah, I think that's why like I was seeking this channel myself, right? Like it'd be kind of cool to see somebody work in real time, or just see videos where they're just kind of like working behind the scenes or actually going through the trouble of stuff, because like most people aren't going to be like showing their mistakes and trying to learn stuff, right? These tutorials you see online, that person has done that 100 times over, and they only show you the best recording that they've done, right? There's nobody really saying, hey, I watched this tutorial, but I'm having these issues with this tutorial, or I saw this cool effect in a movie or montage, but that guy has 100,000 subscribers at the time, right? So you can't reach out to him. I guess right now I'm small, so you have the fortunate ability to do that. As things get larger, maybe I don't, but our community, that's what's nice here, right? Is we have a Discord community, and if I'm not available, then maybe somebody else in the Discord could answer those questions for you. Because I'm sure, again, I'm hoping I help other people, they help other people. So we'll see if hopefully that kind of happen. Anyways, getting back into rambling. Sorry, boys and girls. But let's go back to our Backrooms and confirm that we are done and ready for an export. Because I think we're looking pretty good. So the lighting didn't have any keyframes on that, so the flickering's just going to have to be. We can try to up our frame sample rates. I fixed the IIVs on the back wall. They had the wrong material on them. I have them protruding through the ground a little bit better now. We added the phone cord. It's upside down, which is fine. I removed the circle out of the phone. I extended the time on those keyframes. I fixed the hand. So yeah, I think we're good. The only other thing I can do is try to increase the frame rate samples, but that's going to increase our render time. Maybe we can flip this to balanced and see what happens. I'm assuming that's going to be a lower quality, but maybe they're more balanced between frame. You know, that's a YouTube algorithm. That's a +1 for that, right? Well, you ask the universe and the universe will provide. Especially, I feel like somebody myself, I'm like, hey, universe, I'm down to help people. Connect me with the right people. So here we are, a situation of that, right? I don't want to get preachy, but I wasn't a religious person, but moments like this, that you ask for something and you're given it to some degree, makes me lean on some kind of high power. Like, what's the chances, the coincidences, the timing of everything? I'm not sure where you are in the world, but like, what's the chances, right? So just be thankful, I guess, is what I'm trying to say, for coincidences. And that maybe there is some kind of higher power out there. I don't know. Or maybe not. Anyways. National, sorry. I'm in my own little head here. I'm not paying attention. So you sent me some direct messages. Sorry, I'm not seeing them on Discord or YouTube. Yeah, I'm definitely a science person. I'm grounded in facts, but there's a part of me lately that is branching into the idea of like some of the pseudosciences out there, especially when you look at quantum mechanics, quantum physics, string theory. Things start to get really weird. But anyways, that's why I'm just like open, right? That maybe the question mark, there is some kind of external thing that science is like, nope, nope, nope. But if we open up that window and say, hey, what if, maybe it starts to explain some other things, right? Just exploration, not saying it is, but as a scientist, you should keep open minded about, especially experiences that you have, right? Like if you keep having these moments, it's like it's kind of means something. Or it could just be chaos, just you only cherry picking the moments of that chaos, right? Anyways. Sorry, just getting back to a friend here. I forgot that he may have been coming over, but we're gonna go jam tomorrow. Sounds good. Okay. Oh, I see what you're saying. Radiation. Sorry. So you're talking about my flickering that I pointed out? Actually, the other thing I can do too, maybe before I export, is put. Oh no, because I didn't do it in the first part. Dust particles like radiation or contamination, um, mold, mold in the air, kind of thing, right? That'd be kind of cool to do as he's walking, and then have it influence the visor. But anyways, I have a massive idea for part three. Actually, the one thing I did want to explore, you guys are gonna probably like this. Yes, I did want to explore one thing before we call her done. I initially had plans of this oil man coming out of the oil, a monster, an entity like the other backrooms. But I was having trouble, but I think I might have a quick solution. But the plan was for him to come out of the oil and then chase my guy back to the start kind of thing, or into pool rooms, which is another thing that I created on my YouTube. Radiation is invisible, but you understand like the mold, right? Like if you were to go to what's it called? Chernobyl, and you go into some of those Chernobyl offices around Chernobyl, like I'm sure you would see like a lot of the mold in the air, right? Like you'd be wearing masks. Or I might have that wrong. Maybe I'm not understanding how radiation and mold. Well, you said, yeah, you don't see radiation, but mold. Anyways, what am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? I'm going camera, and I am going back a little bit because I want to try to stick him. Actors, monsters, body. So there he is right there. He's got kind of like the Terminator going on a little bit. But what I want to try to do is... what do I want to try to do? This is where you guys are going to get motion sickness. Sorry, I'm not sure how to navigate around this properly. View camera. He was going to initially pop out of there, but I want him to... There's a part of me that wants to not do it in 3D, or sorry, first person. I may export this one in first person like I plan on doing, and then maybe make another video where it's like security cameras recording him in the space. because it looks wicked, like third person, right? Especially when you see him, the vines being pushed. That's one element that's missed in my animation, is all the vines are animating out, and that's what's pushing him into this column. And then as he's kind of stuck there, then this guy comes out and tries to attack him. And we just see him for a moment. And then the light that's on the spaceman kind of like repels him. Not that I'm animating all that, but that's my story. And I'm sticking with it. Can we just switch this to local and make it easier on myself? Yes. I'm still learning Blender myself. I still, left is right, right is left. I'm not much of a driver. I have my driver's license, but I don't like driving. When I was taking my driver's license, the instructor was like, hey, let's start off and turn left out of the parking lot. And I turned right. I'm at an intersection, and she's like, hey, turn right. And I turned left. And I'm like, yeah. My direction. I'm inverted. When I play video games like Battlefield or Call of Duty, I have to invert the joystick, especially for like helicopters and planes. It's really weird. But we're getting there. We're learning. So we want him laying down, kind of. This doesn't help. Oh, actually, I should rig them up first. It's more work. It's more work. We could hit export right now and call this done. But if I were to rig him up, then I could rig him actually like leaning into, like right there. Like imagine his face coming out and like leaning into his face. Whew. Hui. Yeah, you're right. The abandonment. Yeah, that's what I was trying to communicate. And my brain just assumed it was radiation. Oh, this is all animating. That's why we didn't stick. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Do I rig or do I not rig? How badass did that sound to you guys? With the face in the face. Or do I just export what I have and call it done? Because it is kind of a bit of a house of cards, so the more we add to it, the more potential problems we could have. No, they're not kissing. They're going to be just like, hey, I know you're here. I want to be you. I want to take your identity, is what I'm getting at. Because that could be what's happening here, is the oil is actually like starting to take his form. I don't know what the story is. I can make it anything. Yeah, no worries, Twisted. Thanks for coming by. I'm glad I was able to help you out. Definitely keep in touch. And yeah, keep up the good work. Let me know how you make out with your donut tutorials. I'm excited to see if you can, if you pick her up and what you can do out of it. Before you go, maybe Pretty creepy. Look at the eyes starting to render. Sorry, he's gonna have to re-render now. Just hit the 90 subscribers. We're getting there. 10 more. We're a fifth of the way there. Well, actually, I need some more things. You have to have so many watch hours and stuff, but... What do you guys think? Should the oil man appear? Or should we just collar without it? I want to rig it though, so that way I don't see his shoulders, like he's actually like hanging from the ceiling looking down. And we're not going to be able to do that until he's rigged. Okay. Let's stop him and Han and just do her. Get her done. Oil man, re-rig. Where is he? Where is he? Sorry, scrambles. Just gonna reset them. And we probably don't need this HDRI, whatever's going on here. Okay, so we are going to rig. I've only been successful once. We'll see how this works. If I can get this guy rigged up without a tutorial and using my Rigger Pro. Rig. Oh, excuse me. ARP. Oh boy. No, I didn't want to do that. Feel like it was in here. Get selected objects, full body. Yeah, here we go. Okay, add neck, add chin, add shoulders. I am definitely going to be just flying through this, which isn't probably going to work for our rig, but add spine, add ankles. What else do we need to do? Add, oh no. No. That's it. Go. Oh, we changed all that for Spaceman because he was getting his suit was going all funky. And yeah, we might want to rig his hand better, so that way maybe he even reaches out and touches Spaceman. So we fix those while we're here. Huh? There we go, that was weird. Sorry, getting silent. When I get in the zone, sometimes get silent. Oh, granite load. Definitely probably a better way of doing this, but trying to not be too long in doing this. And hopefully whatever I'm doing is automatically going to do it to the other side. That's the other thing I kind of just realized. I don't know if I have the mirror thing turned on, but hopefully it is. Yo. Fix the knuckles. I don't think we're going to use the hand, but I'm just going to try to... Oh, actually, we got too many joints, it looks like. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, no. Not enough there, I think. Just rotate around, just see if everything's good. Looks like we got kind of one little piece here. Okay. We can fix these two here. Because I made that guy with human generator. And then I just tried to deform him and make him like very ill, sickening looking. Hence his skinniness. And then lanky, kind of like Slenderman. Okay, knee, hip, foot. Okay. Build boneless amateur nut, auto scale, redefine, multiple sources. Armature. Oh, this is the retarget. That's why I'm in here, because I wasn't wanting the retarget. Update required. Armature not found. Source armature 4. Target rig. Remap. We don't want remap. Get selected objects. We need to bind the two together. Did it just delete my armature? Oh, come on. That's annoying. Oh, that's annoying. What happened? Like you couldn't update it before I did all that work? Or was that something related to I did something wrong and you needed to update my thing? I'm not going to bother with the hands because I don't even think this is working the way that I want it to. Maybe I clicked the wrong thing. Okay, well I didn't have both sides before. I know I said I wasn't going to bother with the hands, but it bugs me. Just do that. And then that. And then it should automatically do it to the other hand. Okay, save. Yeah, we didn't have this before. So, match to rig. There we go. Nope. We have to bind them together. But I need to reset the pose. Nope. Okay, we're just gonna leave that because all I really want is the head. And I think we do. What do we do? What do we do? Hopefully, Split Specs isn't here seeing my rigging, because he's probably going to lose his mind. He had quite the, you can see the video in our Discord. He has quite the model going on. So what's happening is the way that everything's binding, for some reason it's still like grabbing things. So this is where I would change all this and just trial and error. We just need his head to do the thing with the thing. Yeah, I need him to do like, oh. It's just going to help our cause. He's oil man, right? He can be whatever. I'm a professional blender artist. Come on. I can't believe I was that far ahead. Okay. Change that. Oh, actually, no, I didn't. Come on. Sorry, scrambles. Okay, well, didn't bind. Why didn't it bind? I had this selected, have this selected. Bind. What am I trying to do? Pose mode. I am really cutting some corn to share. I'm gonna just probably use it as is. See what happens. Not ideal. I don't want to be cutting corners, but I'm a little bit over this animation. Really, I should be hitting export now. But depending on how this turns out, it might be worth even this terrible half version of it. is happening? Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Oh no, oh no. Oh no, what happened? Why is this all different? Oh no, I'm getting really sick. See, oh no. I should have just exported it. Oh no. An hour ago? Oh. 9 minutes ago? Oh, why did I do this to myself? Okay. Oh, she is a house of cards. That's why I was... Heart wasn't beating there for a minute. What if I just try subdividing instead of trying to rake? Because I don't know what I did there, and I don't want to do that again. Oh, yeah, that really hurt my heart. It definitely wasn't beating there. Or chest, whatever this is going on right now with my body. There we go. There we go. Hui. Too close. Not really liking how it's looking at the moment. Still got a couple hundred frames. Actually, I should probably get some dinner in me soon. Oh boy. He's not quite looking at him. Want to see those eyes. Come on, we're getting there. Sorry, definitely not as chatty as I was. Definitely felt like I got defeated there, but let's see if we can bounce back and get some of my thoughts communicated to you guys. What I'm trying to do here is just try to get my oil man in here, but I'm having troubles. Yeah, I'm working on part 2. I have part 1 up on my YouTube channel, and then I also have the pool rooms, some stuff I was playing with, but now I had bigger plans for this, but this is where I'm at with part 2. And then I think I might just call it there, but if these videos go viral for whatever reason, then we will make part 3 and keep going from there. But after I'm done this, then I will be moving back to that road work and then working on my personal project from the Google Docs that I keep showing you guys. I'll be flipping between this and that client work with the street stuff. But I want to get this off my plate before I work on my personal project. So we are so close. Let's grab the top of his head, see if that works. Not quite. That seems to do it. Oh, I don't know if I'm going to get them the way that I want them. Maybe I don't even need to rotate his head. part of me that wants to even just like delete his arms. But let's not do that. Not now, anyways. It's hard to get the right view to be able to animate it, turn it the way I want. No, he's really oily, man. Okay, fuck this. I mean, it's creepy. There we go. But then he needs to like... Oh, jinkity janked. Might have to do a victory lap. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do a victory lap and let this render. See how this looks. It's starting to shape up. I don't think we're gonna go crazy ham with any animation. We're just gonna have them kind of like come out, go back kind of thing. Yeah, BRB. Alrighty. He's looking a little more sad than he is scary. We are working on another flag. Nice. Hmm. Might change up the material last minute. I did have a underwater texture before, but kind of liked how the oil was. Nice. That's good that you're catching on with the flag. Make sure you save it lots, just in case you crash again. But yeah, I was looking at underwater stuff before. You can see the foam through the ooze. What do you think, National? Of the new ooze, the see-through ooze versus the oil. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. I was going more oil, because of like the mechanical aspect of like if I were to do episode 1 of him in space before he became in the Backrooms, there maybe be like a leak out of the satellite. So that's where that thought was coming from. But this matches better with pool rooms. What I planned on doing was, give me a second here. I have an export of it. I think. Oh, it's on my hard drive. Let's see if I can copy and paste the link here. Oops. Actually, yeah, this is some earlier stuff. That's kind of cool. Hey, Shark. I'm working on a Backrooms episode currently. It's a series that Kane Pixels created on YouTube. And I was just learning Blender. Been learning Blender, so it's kind of one of the first projects that I was dabbling in, and this is my second part to my Backrooms I've created. I'm trying to wrap it up because I've got some client work, and then I have some other projects I'd like to work on. But National, this is what I was thinking. This is my storyboard edit. These are earlier images. These were tests. But essentially, like, what you guys see is he comes up, he picks up the phone. The phone was supposed to spray at him, but how I have the current project file, I won't be able to do this. I have to like recreate the whole thing to be able to do this. Has to deal with scale. I really messed that up. But that was the plan. But instead, I have a solution. So you guys, as you've seen in my animation. Then I had plans of the oil man that I'm working on right now. I had him actually coming out of the oil and then chasing him around the Backrooms. So that's what that's communicating. This was an earlier test where I was just having an emit. And it just looked pretty epic. But anyways, as the room is filling up, he gets off the ground. He runs out kind of back where he came from. He runs back out the hallway. He turns around, and then he kind of sees that room fill up, but it stays like this. And then the entity actually breaks through it. Like, imagine like running through glass, and then water starts pouring out from that spot. This was just another test. But this was the first episode that I do have up on YouTube. But I was just using this as an example because he's going to run down that hallway there. And this hallway becomes the pool rooms that I did on YouTube as well. So he's running down here, and actually at the bottom of the stairs is stairs like this, and then he starts climbing them, and then the room fills up with water. Then he gets to the top, and then he emerges out of this area. Anyways, rambling. But what I'm getting at is this new water system would fit that a little bit better, because this now fills up the room and it becomes underwater. He gets submerged in it. Anyways, rambling. Sorry I wasn't paying attention to the chat, but that was the ultimate plan for this animation, was to do something like that. But I'm kind of shortcutting it. But with this new material, she's looking pretty epic when he gets submerged. We'll let that render out a bit here. Yeah, it's a pretty big project. Where it's currently looking, this is where it's at. This is probably what this export's going to look like, but what I talked about could be part 3. But right now I'm just trying to fix some of these mistakes in this export here. Oh, come on. So this is what it should look like in the export. I fixed some of the hand stuff. You'll see it kind of twitch there. I tried to slow down those keyframes. We'll see how that looks. But then, yeah, that's a little fast. I tried to fix that. And then just before I called it, I decided, hey, let's try one last pass and try to get Oil Man in here, my entity creature from the Backrooms. And I'm going to have him emerge right here, which we're currently working on. But yeah, we kind of lose. Actually, no, that kind of works because we just want to see his face for like a moment, right? And then it'd be cool to have the liquid past the Oil Man. Yeah, and have the light. Yeah, I think I might actually lean on this material more. Come on, where are we? It's a problem. My computer's been fast, but when we get into simulation stuff, that's where she starts to chug. Okay, so I think we should see him here. Yep, everything's done in Blender. This is 100% Blender. Sorry. It's done in Blender, but I use add-ons, so it's not 100% Blender manual, because some people will make that difference where you're using add-ons and then you're using your own version. But what have I used for purchases for this one? I bought my models, so my Spaceman model, I bought that. The phone I bought. Actually, I think that's it for Backrooms. Everything else has actually been manual. But if you go look at some of my other videos from my client work, we're using a lot of add-ons for that stuff. Yeah, cool, man. That's good. Finally, I got one person in favor of add-ons. Yay. Not that the other guys have been chirping, but they rather not use it. And it's a budget reason as well, because a lot of this stuff is expensive. But time is money. My look at it's like a tool belt, right? You buy different tools to make your job better as a construction worker. So why not do that with virtual work? So yeah, that's cool, man. Let me drop the Discord. What's your level like in Blender? What's your skill set? What are you up to? What are you working on? Do you have client work, personal projects? Was YouTube algorithm just on my side? What is your jam? But yeah, feel free to join our Discord. Another thing, while you're giving me a little bit of info about you, I have a side project I'm working on. Once I finish up Backrooms, this is what I'll be working on. Start modeling some of these scenes. I have a story that's pretty epic. It's going to be multiple episodes, multiple seasons potentially. So between my client work and this next project, that's what I'm going to be busy with next year. And I'm definitely going to need some help. So depending on what your skill set is, definitely join our Discord and follow along. But no pressures. Sorry, I'm laying it on thick. But it's been a beautiful day today. Got some stuff done. And we're about to crush the rest of this animation. That's the one thing I don't have add-ons for is Photoshop, but I think I have add-ons for pretty much everything else. Premiere, After Effects, Blender. Yeah, for sure. Like, why do the thing 100 times over or learn how to do geometry nodes? Like what I was saying earlier, right? Like a car engine. You don't know how the engine works. You're just driving the car, right? So that's essentially geometry nodes is your engine, all the stuff that's running in the back end. But what we're doing is we're just driving the steering wheel and getting to our destination, where we want to go. You just got to learn. You got to learn the engine because sometimes things don't work right and you got to be able to fix it on the fly, but that's as much as I know. I wouldn't be able to build an engine from scratch. But we are close here. We are close. Let's try to wrap this up. Okay, so I'll probably start animating from here. I'm just thinking where I want him to kind of end. He's going to come like out of the oil or water now, whatever it is. And then, yeah, he's probably going to go back here. So actually, I should have probably just done that. Oh, actually, no, sorry. That's why I wanted to do this first. Then we put that there. And then go back here. And we move them global. I may end up just deleting the rest of his body. We'll see what it looks like on camera. Gonna have him kind of blast out in that little bubble there. Oh, I hope this works. This is going to look pretty cool, I think. Hopefully bring a little more horror element to it. I know it's pretty amateur, the timing of everything, but I think these last little thing here could go a long way. Okay, and then let's put him back up. And take a look, see what that looks like. Save it first. Yeah, I really wish I could slow down the animation more because the vines, we don't really see the vines. After doing this animation, rigging Spaceman and trying to animate him, I'm like, I really want a motion capture suit now. But I am definitely not ready for that for my series. I have a lot more work to do before I'm motion capturing and animating people. Even though there's a 40% off sale right now, I should probably hold off until I actually need it. I don't know why I did that. I'm just OCD, I guess, on the line. Yeah, for sure. In all my years of doing video editing in After Effects, motion graphics, I rarely, or if any, have had clients be like, "Oh, you bought a plugin to make you be able to do the thing that I wanted." Like, I haven't had any things like that. And yeah, I wouldn't be able to do half the things that the clients have been super happy with without them. So especially with AI now, right? Like if you're if you're not finding ways to cut corners in a good way, like time is money, efficiency, right? Like the positive look to that, then you're going to get left behind. Especially with AI, they're not too far off, if not already able to do my job for me. And once people can download it on their phone and have AI start editing and creating stuff, then what's the point of knowing how to do geometry nodes at that point or building something from scratch? But anyways, that might be a little rude. I'm trying not to be rude, just the reality of things, right? But anyways, it's tripping me out because that's way too close. He's a lot farther. Oh, and actually one awesome add-on that I could probably do here. I tried doing this earlier and it wasn't really working too hot. It actually may crash my computer. But this thing over here, or actually not that thing, this thing. It actually has like, what is it? Sandman from Spider-Man. Not Sandman, the water one. Spider-Man and goes to Paris or something. What is it? Spider-Man Vacation movie. Far From Home. Sorry, scrambles. Spider-Man. Spider-Man Far From Home villain. The Elementals, I think, now that I think about it. This. That's what that effect is. It does something like this, but obviously not to that quality. But that's what I was thinking here. But this material's kind of doing it. Let's save it and drop it on and see what happens. Yeah, part of me definitely wants to make a third person, like put the camera like alien style behind his like shoulder. Because like look at that angle, that's sick. And then actually put the light on top of his helmet and then actually have it projected with the fog. Right now I'm just kind of cutting corners, but I could have it projected and you see the light rays hitting his face. Whew. Fire. Maybe I shouldn't call this one done. Maybe I should spend another week. I just have a client project and I really want to start working on my other project. But I can make so much more of this if I wanted. Anyways, let's see what this looks like if my computer can handle it. She's not blowing cold air anymore. It's warm, but it's not cooking eggs. What was it last night? You could definitely cook an egg on it. I was doing way too many things. Yeah, we might have lost it. Or maybe it takes a second to build. I should have maybe moved back a little bit. Yeah, let's move back a little bit. What's going on here? Timeline. Come on now. You can do it. Come on. Just put your back into it. I trying to do? I want to be able to see them. And I hope it might be dropping on the floor now. Hide the liquid for a second. He's in here. Sorry, this is taking too long. Is it working? Will it work? Oh, it's simulated, so I have to play it. Let's see if my computer breaks. One frame per second. Sorry. Get them chapped lips. Come on now. Where'd you go? Oh, actually, I killed the liquid. That's why that's not on there. But he should be populating either way. Okay, so we're obviously pushing the limit. It's not working, and it was barely working in my test, so I didn't have much hope. Sorry, somebody was talking to my ear, or a commercial. Let's go back. There we go. I might even just get him moving a little bit sooner. See if we can. We are close. And then, yeah, switching the material at last minute worries me a little bit. Actually, what's that looking like? But I'm thinking this is a little bit better than the oil. The black. Oh, he hasn't hit the ground yet. Yeah, this is where I left off. Because those little driblets, the driblets are coming off the phone. And my thinking there was, I don't know if you guys have played Stray. It's a pretty cool cat game. But there's this things called the Zerks, I think. And the way that they moved, I was like, my water looks pretty primitive, but after I played this, I was like, oh man, what I have going on is kind of a lot like the Zerks. I don't know how many more times I have to say that, but yeah, they come out and chase you, so there's just kind of a cool overlap there, I think. In some of my earlier tests, what I was hoping to do, actually I got it to work, but it just wasn't looking right, was having the light, and wherever the light shined, that's where the oil would move away from. But what happened there was I had to change my Spaceman rig out, and then that deleted whatever I did there, and that was a lot of work. So that's why that's no longer in there. Sorry, I'm just going frame by frame. I'm just curious to see how this new slime material looks compared to the black oil. And I'm already kind of sold on it, but I just wanted to kind of go through it. I'm curious to see how it looks over the light. Because before, like, the black was cool, but I think there's something to kind of having it see-through. So I should probably change the vine material and the wall drooping material, maybe? Or do I keep those the same that they are? Keep them black, like the monolith. Yeah, I might just keep those black. Kind of have some contrast between the thing. Because that was the other thing. Everything was black in the same material. Whereas now we have this contrasting material. Sorry. Got itch all over my face. The one thing that's really cool, and I hope that it doesn't reveal mistakes, but it kind of looks like the Final Fantasy or your typical dungeon blob monster. Actually, what comes to mind is Adventure Time. Adventure Time. Blob key. Yeah, this thing. But I thought there was a key inside of it. Yeah. So it's got like, it's still like holding the phone. And you can see it better versus the oil. I haven't changed anything on the penetration things side. What we're probably, it's dark here because of the light. My light panels are really weak. I think they're only at like 1. But if we jack those up, we should see hopefully more of an underwater. And I can also change the material too. So the transmission. So it's like underwater, underwater. Now that's looking like poison. Yeah, it is hard to decide, and actually this is where I should be using this plugin. I've spent all this money. Give you a little insight where I'm at with my addiction to add-ons. I should have made this a lot sooner. Luckily I have this as my job, so it's not too bad. But yeah, this is what I've earned in Blender projects from clients, and this is what I've spent on add-ons. I have them all listed here, and then I've tried to base them like, hey, I use them for this project. These are the ones that aren't working, costs, blah, 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 what they're for. So I can kind of have a general idea, like my personal projects so far cost me $250 in plugins. I was negative on this project. But yeah, between the different websites, I've spent that much. But what I was getting at, what was I getting at before I was flexing my plugins? Material darker. Crap. What was I talking about? Give me a second. I gotta go back and remember that. Oh, was it called? The render set. Render set. Because we were talking about when you have. Sorry, give me a second here. I'm talking over myself. When you're at that choice where you're like, oh man, I don't know what to choose. There's so many different options that I could do here. There's these different plugins that allow you to create like instances of it, like you would in Photoshop or whatever, a duplication of that whole layer flattened, but it still keeps everything separated. So you can just be like, yep, save this scene. Okay, I'm going to change a couple of things, save it as another iteration, change a couple of things. So like in this image, Buddy's just clicking through the different things that he's created without having to re-put things back the way, or file save as a new project. My problem is they sometimes take a little bit to learn, but this one might be as easy as just flicking a couple things. And gone, and gone, and gone. Yeah, exactly. Like with our line of work, it's an investment and it pays for itself usually after a couple projects, if not the one that you're working on. Yeah, so I haven't used that yet, but it sounds like a pretty wicked tool, so I should probably start using it, right? Same with exporting. Like this Backrooms is taking like 20 hours to export for 18 seconds. So I should probably be using stuff like don't render out what you're not seeing, or things that are further away from the camera, render at a lower texture. Yeah, you know, I don't need to explain to you. You know what's up by the sounds of it. I kind of don't like it, kind of like it. I'm just curious to see what he looks like when he starts to extrude, pop out. And the thing is, when he's submerged underwater, that's why I'm thinking this is probably going to work better. Because I definitely had a really cool iteration where it was underwater, and it like, I was using underwater. I was using this, and it looked epic. Just the way the light had come off this, the tiles on the roof or the ceiling. Yeah, it was looking pretty epic. So I'm not opposed to trying to push it back in that direction. But I think I might go back and just for this export, I didn't mind it where it was the slime. Yeah, it's still kind of hard to see, eh? Okay, let's go back. Let's go back. And yeah, I should probably call it, because I should probably get some food in me before it gets too late. I think the only things I did, actually, I can probably just fix this myself. Put this back to 1. You can still kind of see them, but it's still not the best. And then we went to the wall and changed the transmission. So yeah, it's back to way it should be. Okay. And then let's just see how Oil Man looks in this. He was looking pretty tight. And then if he's good to go, then we can, oh no, his arms. That's where the rigging would have helped. since it's all subdivided. Let's just hack them to bits. He's Stretch Armstrong, right? He can do whatever he wants. I'm definitely cutting some corners herd here. The other thought too is we can just, what I should do is I duplicate them so we have a backup just in case we want to come back to them. Why will it not paste like slime dangles? It was in slime dangles. There. Hide these. Then we're just going to axe these. Holy, what is going on here? Nubing it up. Should that not grab everything in X-ray mode? Holy, come on now. Oh, what in the flying? Okay. And then just do that. I don't like how I did that, but we just want to get her done at this point. And that's the beauty about 3D, is I always thought that you had to have things perfect, but there are plenty of examples of animations, mistakes off camera. Don't worry about what you don't see. I don't know if that's going to bring it up, but anyways, there's like the Walt Disney movies and stuff where you see the person and it looks great, but then like they show you behind the camera, like you just move your camera perspective and all their feet and hands and stuff are distorted off camera. But they're literally like what they used for those crazy animations that you see in movies, in theaters, in DVD, Blu-ray, which was mind-blowing to me. I thought like you'd want to get everything perfect. Even if you don't see it off camera, but yeah, it doesn't seem like you have to worry about that too much as long as it looks good on camera, what you're actually rendering out. Oh, we can see him. Can see him. Getting scared. Maybe that's not him, but maybe it is. We'll see. Kind of hoping that's him. Oh, actually, he's over here. Never mind. It's right, yeah. It could be just his face, maybe protruding, refracting. Come on, where are you, oil man? I imagine this is probably going to add some render time, having it refracting this way, but maybe not. Where is he? Oh, there he is there. What's he doing? Why are we not seeing him yet? He should maybe be looking this way. So maybe I'll just add one more animation. Yeah, I'll show you the behind the scenes on this one. Like when he's moving his hands around the walls, like he's not even on the wall. He's just like doing like this, and it kind of looks like his hands are moving around the wall. Yeah, and then like his feet's going through the ground. He's actually like walking around like this. Yeah, I might have to orientate him a little bit better, I think. But I think this is a nice touch. Without a lot of work. I know it's taking some time because simulation, but not quite the full version that I had in mind for Oil Man, but at least he's in here. And the work that I did put behind him isn't in vain. And maybe, even though I didn't really use it, that cost for this becomes a little more justified. Because I at least tried it and know how to use it, or kind of know how to use it. And it was fun to play with. So, like, if you think about expansion packs for video games, or skins, I don't buy any of that stuff, so that's what this is for me, is just that, but it has some actual use. But yeah, the arm not being there is looking better, because now the arm kind of looks like, yeah. My only thing is, yeah, I just got to rotate it just slightly, because he's looking kind of away from him. Oh, excuse me. Definitely yawn and heard. Slap these bad boys back on. Definitely want his face to appear when his hands are up. Okay. Let's switch back to this and do a couple more adjustments, and then we have to call it. We have to call it, because we could be doing this until the cows come home. Definitely shows my age saying something like that. Okay. That happens. He gets shocked. He's like, oh man, no. Trips. And then the vines are like, ah. Pushes him. And the hands are already up, which kind of sucks. Because originally he was already like at the wall by this point, but I've kind of slowed it down a bit. but I haven't adjusted the keyframes for his rig at all. I want him to like come out of this. What am I trying to do? What am I trying to do? There. No. Sorry, I'm not really talkative right now. I'm really trying to just get her done. My stomach is screaming at me, but I really just want to get it done so I can hit export and call her a night. But I don't want to rig, and I can't distort that more than it is, but he's already distorted anyways. So what's the big deal? Yeah, he's a mess. He's a messy boy. Okay, I think I just might have just hopefully got her. Or close to. In the better ballpark. Cool. Well, yeah, hopefully it's not too boring for you, but definitely if you guys are into Blender, this is something that I would think I would enjoy watching. But I definitely need to be more talking versus in my head, because I am usually by myself, so it's good to get talkative. So at least you guys understand what I'm going through, what I'm thinking. What I'm stuck on is I'm just having trouble trying to get my controllers. Like, my world's upside down. I built my world upside down out of the gate, not knowing I did. So when I get into simulation, that's like, oh man, my world's Z or Z is upside down. And I tried to fix it, but everything was keyframed. The first half of my animation, I actually used my phone and walked around my apartment to get the motion capture thing. But then the second half, I didn't do that. When I did the first half, I ended up keyframing the delta. So then when I actually started to manual keyframe things here, he started doing ninja flips for some reason when he was going from old keyframes to new keyframes. Blah, 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 blah. There's so many mistakes that I've made. So that's why I am struggling hard right now, is because my world's upside down. So when I'm thinking I'm accessing something, I got to remember it's inverted. So I'm trialing and error until I get the thing that does the thing to make it look like the thing that I want it to do. Anyways. But I'm jealous. Pizza. Maybe I'll get some pizza. I was just going to do some probably leftovers, but I don't like how he comes through the wall. Don't like how he comes through the wall. Doesn't matter. It only matters if there's no liquid. If there's liquid, then he's good. Man, controller. Okay, he needs to be more like horizontal this way, because then he can lean out, but then it reveals the thing that I deleted, and we could actually kept the arm the whole time. So that's why we made a backup, right? That's why we made a backup, because I had a feeling. So yeah, we're gonna scrappy poo that. We're gonna copy and paste and make another backup. Could have probably just duplicated that. Then we're not gonna be so destructive to him. He's gonna kind of come off the wall instead. Here we go. This makes more sense, hopefully. I don't know what I'm doing. There we go. Yeah, that makes more sense. I'm also open to any ideas. If you're seeing anything along the way that's like, yo, try this out, that'd be cool. Or if you have a tool that I could use to make my life simpler, let me know. He should really be rigged here, but I tried to do that earlier and it wasn't going too well. He's in an A pose, T pose. That was what I was having troubles with before. What does he look like in camera? I have the fisheye lens going on, so anything selected is going to look distorted. Yeah, definitely. I really want to get a motion capture suit after doing this. But doing it the manual way is a good way to learn how not to do things. Oh, actually, I don't. I gotta turn this off for a second. Coming from After Effects to Blender for keyframing was hard, and still is. I was making all these changes to stuff, and then I'm like, nothing's happening, and then realize, oh, any changes you make don't actually create keyframes or change keyframe data if you created one. You have to like update it every time. So yeah, it was annoying. But then this tool kind of prevents that or helps with that. But then when you're not planning on animating, then it kind of screws you. And then yeah, my camera perspectives, like, don't know how to do that properly. The phone cord was the huge hurdle today. Oh, that was so brutal, but we got it looking good now, I think. That's if it exports. Yeah, we don't see his hands there, luckily. What am I trying to do? I am trying to line up their faces now. Or actually, that might already be there. Scrambles. That's what I'm trying to do. Scrambles. Ultimate Animators Bundle. Where is that from? Gumroad, Blender Market. Ultimate Animators Bundle. Oh, maybe it was that one that I just bought recently. Oh yeah, that one. That sucked. That one really sucked. In a good, bad way, because it was a really good buy. But unfortunately, I had a lot of them already, and I had paid full price for them. So that's why it sucked. And that's why what inspired me to make this thing, because I realized that, where is it here? Since I had a lot of those, I actually also bought some by accident double time. So I'm like, okay, I need to know which ones I have multiples of. Luckily, I didn't pay for those ones. But what was good about this, it was like $45, right? So when you average them out between the different add-ons, like if you bought the full pack, 45 or whatever it was, works out to $1.31 per add-on. So if I already purchased it, it was really, oh, whoopity-doo, I spent an extra $1.31, right? But it would have been so much better for my wallet if I hadn't spent, what was True Sky's actually a different, there was a thing wrong with that, and I got that discount on that. Human generator, $13, but that's my average for the order. I feel like it was $100. Yeah, it was $77. And I'm worried, since I bought that Blender Market, it's now saying that I don't own it. Because the problem with that Ultimate Kit was you don't get any future updates for that, but if you bought the original, I'll get future updates. But now it's saying I don't own it. So I'm worried I'm not going to get future updates, but we're going to cross that bridge when we come across it. But yeah, I was hustling this for to people for a bit when they were coming to my channel, because it was just a limited time sale. If we're talking about the same plugin, same thing. And I think that's where maybe this came from potentially, but I had already bought it. Anyways, Yeah, definitely those mega deals. At first, I thought it was like one of those hack sites where it was like they bought them themselves and then we were like just trying to sell it to people. But then when I found it was actually no through Blender Market. I was like, oh, it's worth buying anyways. That's what the point I missed. I bought it again because I didn't have a lot of these, and a lot of these, there's like 6 of them that I had in my wish list that together was more than what I was paying for the bundle again. So that's why it just made sense to buy it again. No, I don't want to buy everything from Blender Market, but definitely things that were things that I thought were cool that I could use for future. And anytime they went on sale, I didn't buy them full price. I think out of the gate, I bought 2 or 3 things that were full price. But a lot of my stuff was just like, see, I got $180 off that one. So I'm like, okay, gotta buy that. And it was limited time or whatever. What am I trying to say? Like Black Friday, or sometimes I'll get email for coupons like 90% off. Like one of these things was 90% off, and it cost me 60 cents versus $10, right? So that's what majority of my purchases are. I'd say 75% of my purchases are probably those future, or I knew I was going to get client work. And again, I've already profited. Sorry to keep going back to this thing, but I tracked what I got paid for those 3D projects. And technically, when I take off my cost, I'm this profited in Blender projects. I'm not factoring in office or hydro or rent or anything. That's just office expenses, right? If that was negative, then we'd be in a different story. But I think we're good. Cleans panel. I don't know. I don't recognize that one. Cleans panel. Maybe I have it and just haven't used it. Yeah, I did see this. I wanted to get this. Because as you see, my workspace is nasty. This is a thing that should be just like in Blender, or who was it? True Sky, True Effects. Like they have like 2 or 3 plugins in here, but then they have like 2 more that are outside of here. It's like, come on, guys, group them all together. Or I'm not a big fan of the ones that are like BP Production. And it's like, oh yeah, it's population, not the company name. But I guess if you have multiple plugins, right, it makes sense maybe then. Or just renaming them yourself would be nice, but... Oh yeah, dinner. You remind me, I gotta eat dinner too, but we gotta get this rendering. Cause she gonna be 20 hours and I wanna... Oh. I can cancel the halfway through the render and pick it up tomorrow. Sorry, I want to be doing Blender tomorrow, but I don't want to be waiting around for my render. So I'll just kill it and then do some work and then go back to rendering that night. Let's see what he looks like inside. I'm contemplating throwing in a pizza because I think I have a frozen one. And then setting a timer and forcing myself to stop, but there's a good chance I'm just going to end up burning the pizza. Oh, his hand's now going through. See, if he was rigged, I could do something like that, right? Or maybe I could still do that with the thingamajigger, with the subdivision thing that I got going on, proportional editing. What am I trying to do? Problem is I can't see through the mask unless I'm in this version. it's coming through the mask. No, 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 no. And his hands might be coming through the mask too. Or is the oil just covering his hands? Yeah, the oil's just covering his hands. You're tripping out, Sam. You're finding reasons to make mistakes. Just stay focused. In the last update, they added a function that only loads the add-on when you are going to use it. This way it doesn't take up memory in the background. Oh, I wondered about that. If you had everything turned on, if it was take up memory in the background, which is silly. You should only take memory up when you actually like apply the effect or use the tool. But yeah, I feel like there was definitely a jump in speed from 3.6 or whatever I was on to this 3.8 to 4. I did to 4 and then to 2. Where are we at? Where are we at? Where are we at? Where are we at? That hand. What do we do about that hand? We're going to try the subdivision. Pull it up. Definitely looking a lot more epic with that slime material, the see-through material versus the oil. Definitely looking a lot more epic. Okay, yeah, he's definitely coming through the mask here. Right here. Maybe not definitely, but let's take a look here. Well, it's hard to tell because I want to say get out of here. Yeah, the oil or the liquid hasn't happened yet, so this isn't gonna work. I should have just probably rigged the hands, kept it how it was. Kept it where it was. Hey, how's it going, National? Hopefully you had a tasty dinner. My stomach's begging me to stop, but I can't. I need to finish. We're so close. Save it. And I don't know if I actually saved an iteration. I should probably be doing that right about now. Oh, yeah, I might not even be able to finish her. I might have to call her. I keep saying that. Was it soup? I think it's you that had soup the one time. Maybe not. Will it end? It's gonna end like an hour ago. What I just want to do is I want to try to get this looking good. Once he looks good, then I'm hitting export, and once it's hitting export, then I'm going to probably cancel the stream, or cancel the stream and then hit export. It's probably a better call. So yeah, in the next 10 minutes to a half an hour, really it should be 10 minutes because I'm starving and I still have to cook my food. Oh yeah, I'll definitely show you guys the animation for sure. I'll probably drop a Discord link, or definitely show you next time you're on stream, or I'm on stream. Ugh, can't get it. I feel like I've done this before. We've been here. I've tried this. Yeah, it definitely looks pretty cool. Thanks, appreciate the kind words there, Shirk. Trying to stay focused. Focus is hard. I'm definitely an energy drink guy. I don't drink coffee. And my blood is running thin without energy, without caffeine. But we're just so close. If that little thought just wasn't so far out, but I don't have much control over that. What does he look like? What does he look like? Take me back. Can't even. Oh, there he is there. I want to say. Just can't even really see him here. Can't even see him here. Oh, there he is. is. He's starting to come through. He's starting to come through. What am I thinking? He's still a little too far away. I think I'm going to try to do the subdivision thing to make his head lean back a little bit, but we don't have to rig him. Just looks so different than what it looks like from third person. Maybe not. I'm rotating on X to kind of like make him lean back, and then I'm moving him forward. So I'm trying to get a little bit more of an angle on his face. And then I'm hoping when we lean his head back a bit with this, or maybe even just like this, hopefully it looks all right. Oh. The other thing is if he gets too close, then we're not going to see him because of the light. But we want him to get in his face. Get in his face and scare him. Okay, I'm gonna let that render for a second. I'm gonna take out the pizza, but I think we just need to lean him back, tilt his head a little bit, and then we're golden. You hear me? So close. So close. Really wish I could see him. Actually, we might be able to. View camera. Spaceman. And let's turn off the helmets. And the glass. There we go. Okay, he's still not quite accurate because of the camera, but oops, view camera. What am I trying to do? There we go. That's what I'm trying to get. He's got a little bit of the alien brain going on, but as long as it looks good. Oh, we're so close. Actually, sorry, I'm all over the place. I want to see my keyframes. So there's his face. It's where it's a good spot, but we need him. Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad I switched out that material. I think that's going to look a lot more epic. And it's probably going to actually hide the pointiness in my orbs or my driblets. The little driblets running around. They were pointy, and that's why I was calling them Zerks. But they always irked me. But now they're not as bad. Because of the type of material we got going on. Yeah, come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on. He's already starting to disappear. Do we see him long enough? Do we see him long enough? Man, it's so hard to see him. But I think that's going to work to our advantage. The goal is to not make him dominant. He's just a subtle piece because he's already taken up a lot of our time. And I am half-assing him when I should be doing him upright. Oh, there's his face there. Okay. Yeah, he's definitely going Terminator now. When I say Terminator, sorry, some people might not know. Terminator 2. Wow, I'm surprised. Oil man. Wow, what's going on here? I thought he'd be all over the place. But yeah, when I talk about Terminator, kind of got that going on. But he's more metallic, right? The oil before probably was a lot more Terminator than what we got going on now. We're probably more of like I think the Abyss. Or no, what was that movie called? Underwater alien movie. No, it was probably, I think it was the Abyss. I was thinking of the Sphere for a second. Yeah, this. It's more the Abyss. which I haven't watched this one in a while. But like, I'm already feel like I'm beating it. And this was like a movie in the '89, so it's obviously show our technology that you can now do better than Hollywood. How many years ago was that? 30? Far. I don't know. Anyways. Part of me worries that's his, that might be his ass cheeks there. Hopefully not. Hopefully that's his alien brain. That might be his alien brain. Come on, why are you not playing back anymore? I didn't even look. Maybe I'm supposed to cook the pizza from frozen. One thing I'm worried about now is we've added him in, so he's going to be rendering through the whole thing. We only want him to show up here. So I need to do that tricky thing where we keyframe these. Really, he should probably come back or creep around. Actually, sorry, I could probably make it a little bigger. Guys are probably squinting, probably with the quality of, yeah, I don't need these anymore. Yeah, I think we're good. I think we're gonna be hitting export here. We don't need to see him again. I'm just curious to see how the liquid looks at the end. And if there's a way we can just cut the black like I did before. Oh, it's done. I hope it's done. It's starting to look pretty tight. Not tonight. You're not going to see the animation tonight, no. It's going to take too long to export. So maybe I might add, let's go to 1100, make it a little longer. And see if we can get them submerged. Because I can always fade to black. Oh, right. have to rebake the simulation. I don't want to do that. Don't want to do that. And that's not what it would look like underwater, hopefully. But yeah, it might be a tomorrow, late tomorrow. I'm gonna get up in the morning, and if it's still like 12 hours to export, then I'm gonna probably kill it and then go back to that other project. But if it's like 3 or 4 hours, I may just let it run and then hop on streaming in the afternoon after it's done exporting. But there's a good chance it will be 20 hours from when I hit export. So if I do it by 8, yeah, it's going to be like late afternoon. It's going to be done. But this is what it should look like submerged, I'm thinking. I'm just going to let it go to 1085. We can probably kill it at some point. Again, it depends. If I wake up in the morning, it says 12 hours still, then I'm going to probably just get streaming right away. But if it says 3 or 4 hours, I may stream in the afternoon after it's done exporting. Just all depends on how much time is left when I wake up in the morning. Okay, so that's looking like a spot we can maybe kill it. Kill it being like, fade to black. It's probably not the proper words to use. But I do want to just double check our new man that we added. See what he looks like. This scares me a bit. Because he should be in his face here, and then he should repel back with the liquid. In the afternoon, yes, more likely. One way or another, it will be the afternoon. Because like today, I'm streaming for 6 to 7 hours, so I plan on probably doing that tomorrow. So at some point, you'll catch me in the afternoon. Either the start or mid through a stream. Oh boy, come on. Look good, look good, look good, look good. See you later. Thanks for coming by. If you're saying goodbye, I still got maybe 10 minutes, but I will be going, well, not 10 minutes, a couple minutes. Just want to check a couple more frames. But thanks for coming by. Appreciate the jam, the chat. I'm curious about your flags. We'll talk about that next time, but keep up the good work yourself, and we'll see you tomorrow. What are we looking like for rendering? It says done, but we don't see anything, so he's probably repelled a little too quick. Retreated a little too quick. Yeah, I did. Maybe we duplicate these and then he chills for a bit. And the other thing we can do is maybe rotate it. Why are we seeing bubbles? Rotate it. We're getting close, we're getting close, we're getting close, we're getting close. Actually, let's just pull him back slightly. He's like, yo, what are you doing in my backrooms? I don't want anybody in my backrooms. See you tomorrow. I'm just probably shouldn't be doing this, but let's see what happens. No, let's not do that. Let's not do that. We were close. We were close. We were close. We were close. Oh, that's, I want to say that's the on off, maybe. Yeah, that's the on off. The on off, this is what's controlling him. So hands come up. We might have to tweak the hands. So close. I want him to come out. I want him to come out. I want him to come out. And he's sliding in. Take it. For how much I've been scrambling with it, I'll take it. Camera. Let's put that keyframe back. It's looking kind of okay, but I think this helps. Yeah, much better. Okay. Holy. We're close. We're so close. There we go. There we go. Oh, there we go. I like that. It could be better, but I will take that. Now we just gotta make sure his face is kind of centered as we pull away. Well, actually, what we can do is nitpicking. Uh-oh. I don't like that jump there. That's gonna be really quick. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna save this and play it and go start the pizza and then see what it looks like. Okay, what are we looking like? Yeah, the phone cord's upside down, but that's because the world was upside down, but we're going to use it to our advantage here. Since the oil's upside down, we are going to lean into it. Whew, this look pretty epic. Meanwhile, we only see the little square, which is a bummer. Because it would be cool to see like this whole entire thing going on, right? That's where I kind of messed up. But maybe we can change our camera perspective and see if we get something more like this. Pass by the phone again. Let me look back up at it. This is where it would be sweet if we cut back and the oil man actually is on the phone. Like, even though we just saw him, when we lean over, he's already back at the phone, on the phone. But yeah, I think we're good to export. Let's take a look at what Oil Man looks like. When I hear my preheat go off, then we're calling it a night. So until then, we can preview some more frames. This is what we're more likely going to see. Oh boy. And actually, let's just save it, test a render frame, and hope everything's turned off. That we don't want to see. I mean, if 2 minutes could be in and around 2 minutes, that's not bad. I think it was minute 45 per frame before. I also think I might increase the sampling. Looks like denoise isn't on either. Looks like a few things aren't going on. Cycles, denoise is on. Let's go 300 samples. So yeah, it's definitely going to add some more time. That might even just add an hour just doing that. Detect. Looking for blue noise. I don't even know if it's doing anything. So all that stuff was on. This is where my Blender experience needs to get better, is rendering. Maximizing the scene for the lowest samples. So it takes 20 hours. It's gonna be hard to see them. It's gonna be hard to see them, it looks like. Render that out, see where the preheat's at. Pizza has been fired into the oven. I'm gonna be mindful of the time, because I do not want to burn this bitch. Minutes. 2 minutes remaining, or 1:30 remaining. So I can still be under 2 minutes. I'm wondering about removing motion blur, because motion blur, even though it adds realism, might be hard to see things. Oh, that blur might be the focus ring too. Like all that's hard to see because of the motion blur. What about reducing the motion blur? Well, let this render out. Then we'll do one without motion blur. Pair them. And then maybe my food will be ready by then. I'm really stretching her out. Really stretching this one out. Oh, excuse me. $2.52. $2.52. $2.52. 60, 180. $27 hours. 27 hours to export. So yeah, we're not going to be seeing her tomorrow. Hey National, I'm not sure. Did you see the white playback? So you can see it in this mode, slow motion. Just not with everything, and we're actually pushed back a little bit further. I'm not sure why it pushes in this mode, but yeah, there we go. More like the full version here, not the little square. This is where curious. Yeah, it looks sick. Okay. So 27 hours to export with motion blur. If we take motion blur off, what does things look like? And oops, I forgot to yeah, I think it's too late. Actually, I should have used the same picture, same frame as reference. I shouldn't have moved. But all good. No problem. Just double checking stuff before I hit render, because if it's 27 hours to export, I'm gonna make sure as many of the ducks are checked so there's no errors that make me want to have to re-export it. The problem right now is 27 hours of exporting. That's the problem. But there's no deadlines or anything. It's just I would like to have woke up tomorrow and be like, oh, it's done. We don't have to worry about it for another 6 months, hopefully. It kind of even looks like it has motion blur on it still. It still looks like it has motion blur on it to me. Maybe increase the denoise as well. Oh no, that's the denoiser afterwards. Okay, so slot 3, and now let's put the motion blur back on. Try it again. Yeah, sorry for the tiny window. I keep flipping it super tiny for some reason. Just realizing now it's really hard to see. 'Waiting game. It's definitely bringing back flashbacks of college when video editing used to take 12, 20 hours to export or render. Ooh, that pizza's smelling good. Did it crash? No, it's still going. Still going. $12. 2:31. So that took longer? Less? No, it took longer. And it's hard to see. So I'm wondering, do we go no motion blur? Do we go no motion blur? I'm assuming the no motion blur is what we see here. So let's render that. Motion blur, see what it looks like. Check the pizza. BRB. Messed the pizza up. Should have cooked from frozen, I think. Crust is looking already done. She's cold in the middle. This is with motion blur. I mean, it's looking good so far. "35 seconds still." But yeah, National, if you're still here, you don't need to stick out to the end. I appreciate you being here. But right now, I'm literally watching 2 or 3 minutes. I'm just going to do a couple more of these tests. And then we're going to be hitting export, and then I'm going to be heading off. I know I said 10 minutes, probably 10 minutes ago. But yeah, we're definitely itching the end here. That looks pretty good with motion blur. Still here. You're a trooper, you're a champ. Definitely a #1 fan. Appreciate it. Help me get those watch hours in. This is without motion blur. It's looking maybe like no motion blur. Yeah, you're definitely troopers. Been here the whole time. But hopefully, well, you got the flag. We learned some things today, so it's definitely been probably a good use of time. Hopefully you had some fun. Hopefully you learned some stuff on your end. It's definitely been fun chatting, jamming, meeting some new people. I definitely feel like the exercises we were going through with that castle stuff, I feel like you're pretty close to maybe even banging that stuff out. Where is it? Like this stuff here. I feel like you could maybe do something like that with the materials. You're definitely good with materials so far. Oh, tips. You've been giving me tips, like hopefully not money tips. I'm not sure if I'm actually getting those or not. Yeah, please don't send me money if you're sending me tips. I might have to refund that. Yeah, awesome. Great. Yeah. So that doesn't make me feel so bad that taking time away from you. Time is valuable, so that's why I'm kind of over communicative about it, I guess. I just don't want to take your time away from other things. I'm not that important. But if it's important to you to learn Blender and I'm helping you, then obviously you're making me feel important. So thank you. Oh, okay, good. Tips. Yeah, that's what I wondered. Yeah, I definitely don't want to be taking money from people because I make enough, I think. But yeah, tips taken away. Give me tips. You gave me tips. So yeah, stuff like that, right? Win-win. But yeah, I feel like you could do stuff like that. Where we are with the render. Yeah, I'm gonna go no motion blur, I think, on this one. It's gonna save us time, and I'm kind of liking the output a little bit more. Okay, no motion blur. Let's save and hit render and push on shutting down the stream. Check our render settings. Open EXR. Let's create a new folder so we're not overwriting things. RC3. Blender Backrooms desktop. Open EXR. Okie 545 to 1084 or 85. Render animation. Cool, dude. Well, I appreciate the kind words. Thank you for helping me out. I'm glad I can help you out. We have hit our render. Fingers crossed, everything looks good. I think things are looking pretty epic. So I'm excited to share this animation with you guys when it's done. Yeah. What do I refer to you as? Sam. Just call me Sam. My name's Sam. Or Backrooms. Whatever works for you. But yeah, I'm Legendary Samurai on Discord. My name's Sam. What can you refer to me as? Legendary? Not quite that yet, but but I think you're asking about a name potentially, right? Give you a chance to respond there. I'm just gonna go check the pizza quick so that it's not burning. Cool. Sounds like it answered your question there. But yeah, what do you want to be called by? Refer to as National. Speed. I think you're going by Speed on Discord. Curious Speed Turtle. Speedy Gonzalez. Oh, actually, you're also underage, so never mind. Maybe keep that information to yourself. Just we'll call by username National. So yeah, thanks for coming by, buddy. Really appreciate it. Glad you learned something. Yeah, you can call me Speed if you want. Oh, no, not you, Speed. Sorry. Anyways, gonna shut her down. Thanks for coming by, buddy. Really appreciate you being a fan, helping me out, being around, getting those clock hours in. Hopefully maybe in a couple months we'll see my channel grow. And I definitely won't forget you in that process. So enjoy your night, sleep tight, and we will catch you tomorrow.